So, yeah, it's important. Here's this new thing coming down the pike that very few of us know very much about, and we can't ignore it. We can't say it's going to ruin our lives. We have to learn how to use it constructively.
So, Arthur Levine, you've been president of Brandeis University at a particularly tumultuous time in university life where I can just tell you as a Jewish American, and I'm a graduate of Johns Hopkins and NYU School of Law, and I'm just going to say...
Congratulations. Those are wonderful schools.
Well, I think Johns Hopkins still is. You could take my NYU law degree and throw it against a wall right now. I would never go there again. On the Monday after the October 7th massacre, I received something with the purple letterhead from the students from NYU on the students' NYU law mascot thing from a student who purported to represent all the students of NYU law, putting the blame squarely at Israel for what had happened the Saturday before. And I said, is this the law school that I went to? What's going on here? And that girl was never expelled. Okay, I don't know what happened to her, but she was not expelled from law school. And so my question to you, my statement to you, my question is, what do you make of the leadership of some of our most elite universities with at least three prominent people losing their presidencies in the wake of the congressional examination? I'm just curious, President. You're the president of Brandeis University. It stands proudly as a Jewish institution of learning. I just want to hear what you think about all of this. And should the presidents have been let go? What do you think?
We embraced the fight against anti-Semitism. I guess we did that by just creating Brandeis. But right now what we're doing is we're offering programs in understanding anti-Semitism and combating it to colleges, universities, to schools. We're about to enter working with churches. We're doing that across the country. And it's been amazing to watch these things in terms of how little people know, but also how much they want to make things better. That's been gratifying. We're about to create programs in the same area for the media, because this is new to the media too, and also for policymakers, legislators, executives, because they have to know what to do about this. So we're trying to take the lead here in terms of combating all of this. Rather than calling people names, rather than criticizing what they've done, our goal, make it better, change it, combat anti-Semitism. We're never going to end it, but let's ameliorate it big time.
Let me ask you something. We're chatting with President Arthur Levine of Brandeis University. It's such a pleasure to talk with you. I'm sorry I'm not in person with you. I want to just say something as a parent of kids who went to college. And in Boston, no less, at Northeastern. My son went to Northeastern. And I can still remember the smell of marijuana in the dorms that was so pervasively there that it was shocking to me that the university looked the other way. I'm only singling out Northeastern because I like to be very specific and not generalize when I speak. But I know that this problem, and I call it a problem, exists on many college campuses, if not all. And there is such an attitude of laissez-fairedom from universities when it comes to smoking marijuana in dorms. And it's really shockingly bad, because not every kid wants to be infused with that psychoactive substance when they go to sleep at night. And I'm just putting it on you as a leader of your university. What are you doing about it? Do you care?
Or is it just me?
Go ahead.
No, I couldn't care less. I'm really happy to have all of our dorms think of course I care.
I'm glad you care.
Everybody
It doesn't seem like the universities care. It doesn't seem like they care.
What happens is, first, it's a legal substance now in Massachusetts where your son went to school. And second, we don't have smoking in our dorms. It's not permitted. That's tobacco smoke, that's marijuana smoke, that's all kinds of other things. But the third thing is, it's not just marijuana I care about. The more serious drug on college campuses today is alcohol. And we've never taught students before they came to college responsible drinking, and a lot of them were certainly doing it before they came to college. So our job here is to teach students, many of whom are of age, about drinking and drinking responsibly. Too many students are hurt. Too many students lose their lives. Too many cases of sexual abuse are tied to alcohol. That's a major challenge for every university in the United States.
I remember Ron Daniels, when he was president of Johns Hopkins, he said that he wanted to have the age go back to 18 because at least it could be controlled on campus. At 21, it's been offloaded to frat houses where it's particularly dangerous, especially for girls. And the universities feel like they have no control. When I went to college, it was 18 in Maryland, and we had a DJ and a Rathskeller, and people would have a beer, and it wasn't binge drinking because kids were allowed to learn how to drink moderately. It's not to say there wasn't the occasional binge drinking, but it wasn't the norm.
I've written 3 or 4 books about college students every 12 years, starting in the 80s. And binge drink became an issue in the 80s. I have no doubt that it was there before. I didn't find it until that first book. It hasn't abated. And plus, we're seeing a generation of college students nationally who lived through COVID. They're much more fragile than their predecessors. They are much more easy. They don't deal well with others because they were alone for so long. And what we need to do is help those students as well. You don't get to choose the students that you're going to educate. You educate the students you have. They come with strengths, they comes with weaknesses, and you have to respond to both.
Professor Arthur Levine, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for telling us about the double transcript at Brandeis University and your feelings about education having to be coexisting with a pragmatic career choice. I thank you very much for joining us today. I'd love to have you back on another time. Thank you.
I would love that. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
Pleasure. Bye. Arthur Levine, president of Brandeis University. We'll be right back.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny and warm this afternoon with a high of 80. Partly cloudy and cooler with a gusty breeze overnight and a low in the upper 40s to near 50. Sunny on Wednesday, cooler with a high in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's September 30th. It's National Chewing Gum Day in celebration of the birthday of William Wrigley.
Hey, let's pick a pack of juicy gum. Just pick a pack and you'll see what a happy thing.
In 1960, the Flintstones premiered on ABC TV. On this day in 2024, Charlie Hustle, baseball player Pete Rose, passed away.
There's 2 things I learned that I could do. I could hit a baseball, and I think I can learn or teach a lot of people not to make the same mistakes that I made.
September 30th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The military is designed to handle foreign threats, but at a gathering of commanders in Virginia today, President Trump shared his vision for using the military for domestic purposes.
San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within.
In Portland, Oregon, where National Guard troops could arrive this week, City Council President Alana Purtle-Guinea.
The National Guard in Oregon, and these are Oregonians that we're talking about, are used to being deployed to support their communities when we have major fires. This type of law enforcement action is certainly not what Portland is asking for.
There is a government shutdown looming. It could happen overnight if no deal is reached, and that doesn't seem likely. CBS's Nicole Killian's been talking to federal workers about how they will be impacted.
They talked about how this has overall, since the start of this year, with the DOGE cuts, with the gutting of federal government, that it has really impacted morale. And they're kind of operating from a standpoint of, look, whether it's a shutdown or not, we're kind of under this understanding that we could be fired at any minute, whether that's legally or illegally. So, many of these workers are trying to take it in stride. Also, at the same time, though, knowing that they're going to still have bills to pay and, really trying to strategize and think about how they will get through a shutdown.
Hamas says it will study President Trump's latest peace plan for Gaza. Deborah Potter reports from Tel Aviv. We could learn its response soon.
Sources close to the process have told CBS News that Hamas is leaning towards accepting the peace plan and will hand over their response to Egypt and Qatar tomorrow.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has already thrown his support behind it, and if Hamas refuses, the U.S. could give Israel an even freer hand to continue its offensive. CBS's Michael George reports on new research showing why it's important to pay attention to warning signs about your health.
99% of people who had a heart attack, stroke, or heart failure have warning signs ahead of time. That's according to a new Northwestern University study that finds key risk factors almost always precede cardiac events. Those risk factors include high blood pressure, cholesterol, glucose, or a history of smoking. These findings challenge the idea that heart attacks and strokes often happen without warning.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower ahead of a potential government shutdown. The Dow is off by 135. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
It was possible that a verdict could have been reached today for a Stamford man accused of murder. Attorneys from both sides delivered closing arguments yesterday during a hearing for 32-year-old Ian Evans. Prosecutors say Evans opened fire into a group of people outside the Ursula Place housing complex in September of 2020, killing 35-year-old Shernetta Dunmore. Lawyers for Evans argue the only evidence that points to him as the shooter is a statement from one eyewitness. Hartford is emerging out of a violent weekend that saw 5 separate shootings take place, which left 2 dead and 4 injured. Authorities believe none of the shootings are related to the other, referring to the weekend incidents as an abnormality, and say the police department had adequate staffing. Mayor Arunan Arulampalam iterated the importance of violence prevention and is committed to attacking the root causes to make the city safe for everyone. Reverend Henry Brown of Mothers United Against Violence says Hartford residents are tired of the violence. This afternoon, the annual Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair will be held at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. The event is occurring from 4:30 to 7:30 and is free to attend. There will be close to 200 colleges, universities, businesses, military, and gap year programs on site. For more information, check out ctcollegefair.com. Connecticut's Department of Transportation is up for a national award that could earn them $10,000. The agency's Fairfield Avenue Bridge replacement project in Norwalk last year landed our DOT in the top 12 for the 2025 America's Transportation Awards. You can vote for Connecticut every day until November 17th. Just go to ct.gov/DOT to vote. The DOT says if they win, the money will be split and given to Connecticut Food Share and the Andrew DiDomenico Memorial Scholarship. And life after Paige Beckers has begun for UConn women's basketball, who held their first practice of the 2025-2026 season on Monday. The team has 5 newcomers with 3 freshmen and 2 first-year transfers. Several veteran players, such as guard Ashlyn Shade, center Jana El Alfi, and guard Morgan Chelly, are working their way back from respective injuries. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, head coach Gino Auriemma said that his initial impressions of the team were positive.
There's a lot of learning going on, a lot of new stuff for these guys, some of them. So all in all, I thought it was good.
The season tips off November 4th when they host the Louisville Cardinals. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction on the Merritt in Norwalk, right lane closed between exits 15 and 13. Right now to get from the state line to Milford, it's going to be about 40 minutes and a little bit shorter than that on the Merritt. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So around about a year from now, you and I, God willing, if we're still here, we will be in the throes, as they say. We'll be in the throes of the home stretch, likely, heading into August, of a gubernatorial election here in the state. A lot of people still don't know whether Governor Ned Lamont is going to run for re-election. The far lefties in his party, the far left-leaning Democrats, are no fans of Ned Lamont. Of course, they'd rather have him than any Republican, but they don't like his recalcitrance and not wanting to raise taxes on a lot of the people he knows, the uber-rich in Greenwich and in Lower Fairfield County. Nothing wrong with that. Listen, if you're not paying as little tax as possible to protect most of your money, if not the grand portion of it from government, there's something wrong with you. So listen, there's a significant chunk of the Democratic Party that apparently is not uber happy with Ned Lamont, but I guess they still like him. Because we have a new survey out. No, this one is not from Morning Consult, which is usually really good to Governor Ned Lamont. No, this one is not from Quinnipiac University or anybody in state. In fact, this survey that we opened the show with today is from, of all places, the University of New Hampshire. Yes, another college with a polling unit. Why do all these colleges have polling units? Because we talk about them. Hosts like me say, hey, if we're going to talk about the survey, it's only right that we say who conducted it or who at least contracted it. Some of these schools actually do the call-outs and do the research, and other schools simply do the research and pay somebody else to do the call-outs. But this one is from the University of New Hampshire. More than half of state residents approve of Governor Ned Lamont's job performance. But, and here's the rub, here's le caveat, but voters are far less in favor as to whether or not he deserves to be reelected. Now think of that. And again, it's an interesting double sword here. And I'm sure in life, maybe in our personal lives, maybe in our church or temple or synagogue groups or whatever, or in our business lives, you may like somebody as a person, but say, hey, what about a little change here? And is that what's happening right now? You tell me. The survey found it's more than 800 state residents, which is a pretty good survey here. More than 800 state residents. And I know you're going to say, well, that's not a lot. Yes, but when you're polling 3.5 million people, you can do it on 800 residents. The survey I'm looking at here of more than 800 state residents finding, now get this, and you tell me what this means. The survey of more than 800 state residents finding 54% of those residents are in favor of or approve of or lean toward approving of the governor handling his job. Just 36% disapprove. So all you people out there calling me up every day and saying, hey, Ned Lamont is the worst thing since, wet dirt, you are in the decided minority here. Just 36% disapprove strongly or lean toward disapproval. Lamont's net approval rating was up 12% since May. So apparently a lot of people like the job he's doing. Now, for a Democrat, count me among that. He's not a left-wing loon, which in this state is a plus. It's always going to be a blue state. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. However, one thing you can say about Ned Lamont is he's not a left-wing wacko. How do I know that? Well, a lot of the far lefties in his party don't like him. That's enough for me. However, even though he's got 54% approval, it doesn't mean the majority of people yet want him to run for re-election. Here's where the plot thickens. So we start with this. Love to conduct our own poll here, unless you were polled by UNH. A new University of New Hampshire poll puts Governor Ned Lamont's approval at 54%, but just 43% say he should run again. What are your thoughts? That's our question of the day. Talk or text or online, facebook.com/Voice of CT. But love to hear from you. A, what do you think of his approval? And B, should he run again? You tell me. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And Be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction on the Merritt in Norwalk, right lane closed between exits 15 and 13. Right now to get from the state line to Milford, it's going to be about 40 minutes and a little bit shorter than that on the Merritt. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And on today's edition of the show, we are cranking up the PPI, the Pacelli Polling Institute. How about we do that, huh? How about that? No, I'm not connected to any college. I don't have a huge staff. You're talking to the staff of the PPI. Write it down, the Pacelli Polling Institute. You can dial us up, won't you? Give us a call at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Poll numbers about a year out of a gubernatorial election here in the state. What are your thoughts here? Listen, I have been, I'm not shying away by saying, and I've maintained this, and I think, I've been, at least somewhat to mostly consistent on this. If you have to have a Democrat running the state, you could do a lot worse than Ned Lamont. You could. You honestly could. How do I know that? Because a lot of his party hates him. That's why. He will not do a mansion tax. He will not do an expansion of capital gains tax. He won't do one of these dumb billionaire taxes that all the lefties want him to do. He gets it. He understands it. Now, is he socially liberal? Well, of course he is. But I got to tell you, those issues like gun control, like, reproductive rights, abortion rights, to me, those are starting to fade, especially in blue states. It's about money. It's about taxes. It's about law enforcement. Now, I'm not thrilled with his recalcitrance to get a little tougher on crime, but he did send a signal out, a pretty decent signal a couple of weeks ago saying, hey, he's maybe not in for an expansion of the Trust Act here if that dopey law is ever brought up in a special session. And now we don't know whether Ned Lamont is running again. We don't. And you may say, well, what's the big deal, Paul? Well, you know what the big deal is? If you put some lefty in there other than Ned Lamont, your taxes might go up. The guy has been pretty recalcitrant to raise taxes, much the way that people in his own party want him to do. Marty Looney, Matt Ritter, Bob Duff, Saud Anwar, Josh Elliott, all these people are always moaning and groaning for higher taxes, and kudos to the governor for not budging on that. So the folks up at the University of New Hampshire in Manchester, they did a survey of 800 Connecticut residents, and they asked two main questions. There's one other interesting question here. But 54% of people surveyed by UNH, not New Haven, New Hampshire, found that 54% approve of or lean toward Lamont's handling of his job, approval rating. 36% disapprove. So roughly only about one-third of Connecticut residents are going on the record as disapproving the job Ned Lamont is doing. So a lot of you people, the screaming and yelling about Ned Lamont, the numbers don't show it. You are. If you don't like Ned Lamont, I'm not saying whether this is good, bad, or otherwise. You are in the decided minority. You're about the 1/3 of people that don't like the governor or the job he's doing. Don't want to make it personal here, but you know what I mean. So 54% approve of or lean toward approval of the governor's handling of his job. Just 36% either strongly or lean toward disapproval. So his net approval rating has been up. It's going up 12% in May. It's up another 12% since May, I should say. Sorry. He wasn't at 12% in May. His net approval is up 12% compared to May. However, now here's the rub, which is interesting. Even though he's registering a 54% approval rating, just 43% of voters say he deserves another term. That's interesting. 40% who said the governor does not deserve another term, or said the governor does not deserve another term. 17% had no opinion. So you've got 43 to 40 in favor of not running for another term. They don't think he deserves another term. And what do you do with that 17% who had no opinion? That's interesting. Even if you carve that 17% in half, let's say it's 8.5% yes or no. You add that 8.5% to 43%, and that gives you what, 51.5%, 52%? So even though he's got a 54% job approval rating, is Ned Lamont vulnerable? Sure is. Again, 43% say he deserves another term. 40% say he doesn't. That's high. For a Democratic governor in a blue state, 40% is high. And 17% had no opinion. That margin closer in May when 36% of voters said Lamont deserved re-election to 37% who did not. So again, 1 year from now, we're going to really be down to the nitty-gritty here where the rubber meets the road. Of course, Lamont says here in the Connecticut Post, we've known this for a while. He's yet to commit to seeking a third term. Now, he said he was going to announce it after the General Assembly session ended. He's not done that yet. Now, is he genuinely still thinking about it, or the longer you wait, do you try and just get possible opponents off balance? Overall, 42% of Connecticut residents have a favorable opinion of Lamont. 34% have an unfavorable opinion. 21% are neutral. So you've got his job approval rating, you've got whether or not he should run again, and you've got his personal approval. 42% of state residents have a favorable opinion of him. 34% are unfavorable. 21% are neutral. 8% of Republicans look at Lamont favorably. And 11% of Republicans approve of his job performance. So there is a conundrum in the numbers here. You tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, let's say the governor for some reason says, "No, I've had enough. I've talked it over with the kids. I've talked it over with some legislative leaders, and I've talked it over with Annie." And supposing he comes out in the next couple of weeks and says, "It's been fun, but see you later." Well, who do folks in Connecticut want to run? This one... This one we're going to put firmly in the "what did I tell you" category. One word, 2 syllables, 1 word. Lawsuit. Do you know who that might be? We'll talk about that coming up. What are your thoughts here? Our question of the day, opening up a Tuesday edition of the show, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. New poll puts the governor's approval rating at 54%, but just 43% say, Ned, run again. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction on the Merritt in Norwalk, right lane closed between exits 15 and 13. Right now to get from the state line to Milford, it's going to be about 40 minutes and a little bit shorter than that on the Merritt. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gathered military commanders today in Virginia and told them the military has been too focused on woke ideas.
Words like bullying and hazing and toxic, they've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting commanders and NCOs. No more.
He also took aim at what he called stupid rules of engagement on the battlefield and fat troops at home. There is a government shutdown looming and no signs of an agreement between Democrats in the White House. CBS's Torian Small.
And we're just hours away from that shutdown actually happening, considering the fact that it doesn't appear that Republican leadership and Democratic leadership in the Senate have actually sat down to talk. Since that meeting at the White House, there isn't any indication that there could be a deal brewing.
President Trump announced today Pfizer has agreed to lower drug costs and invest more in U.S. manufacturing. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford is the latest municipality in the state to get approval of red light cameras. There are only 5 other towns in Connecticut with approvals. Stratford's 5 camera locations were determined by crash data. 3 of the spots are near town schools. 6 other towns have pending applications with the DOT right now, including Milford, Fairfield, and Stamford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatasio has been a proponent of the cameras, not only for their ability to increase road safety, but also for their assistance in police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
Human remains that were discovered at a construction site in Greenwich earlier this month are believed to be at least a few hundred years old. That is according to a statement issued yesterday by a member of the Greenwich Police Department. The bones were unearthed while an excavator was preparing a building site on September 18th. The medical examiner is working with other experts in an effort to determine an accurate age. The Millstone nuclear power plant celebrated its 50th anniversary yesterday. Millstone is the only nuclear power plant in the state and supplies close to 2 million homes in Connecticut with electricity. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the CEO of Millstone parent company Dominion, Bob Blue, spoke about the significant impact the plant has on Connecticut's energy resources.
Millstone provides nearly half the electricity produced in Connecticut and more than 90% of Connecticut's carbon-free electricity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Dominion has recently asked for a 20-year extension on the plant, which includes the construction of several smaller reactors on site. Governor Ned Lamont told Channel 3 that he was in favor of the proposal.
If they simplify it, speed it up, and make it standard, it'll be less expensive and a good way to go.
The Danbury School's central offices are being moved into a new facility at the high school campus on Apple Ridge Road. Staff members at the school were prepared for the start of the new academic year at the property back in August, and administrators started relocating after that. A spokesperson for the district says the move from the offices on Beaverbrook Road is being done one department at a time on the weekends to avoid putting too much stress on the IT staff. The new Danbury High School West and the administrative offices are in the recently renovated building that was once home to Cardis Corp. Well, allegations of cheating have led to the resignations of 7 Waterbury fire cadets. Mayor Paul Pernarevsky says the group, part of a class of 13, were accused of cheating or being aware of cheating on an emergency medical technician exam. The remaining 6 cadets passed their exams and are now probationary firefighters. Connecticut veterans joined Governor Ned Lamont yesterday at the signing of the Connecticut HERO Act, which includes 2 bills that contain several measures to honor veterans. The act will establish November as Veterans Month, expand the higher education tuition waiver program, and require the Department of Veterans Affairs to reevaluate dental care. The governor spoke at the signing and said that the bill is just one small way that the state can say thank you.
I don't have to detail all the benefits that the HEROES bill represents. Really, it's just another way of saying thank you. Thank you for what each and every one of you did on behalf of your country and the family that was there waiting for you to come home. It's just another small way that the state can try and step up.
Greenwich is ranked 7th on a list of the top 10 places to live on the East Coast, according to Travel and Leisure magazine. It said, according to realtors, their clients like it for its blend of suburban town with a small element of a beach town and city mixed in. The magazine describes Greenwich as, quote, an enclave for the wealthy, just an hour by train from New York City. Travel and Leisure noted Connecticut offers income tax savings compared to New York State. And the Holiday Wish Express is returning to Stamford Town Center this season. The Christmas-themed attraction will be open on weekends and select dates through December, beginning on November 22nd. Guests can enjoy a virtual train trip to the North Pole, a visit to Santa's workshop, and a reading of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. For details and tickets, visit theholiday.wish.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
On 95 in Darien, road construction left lane closed until 3 p.m. between exits 11 and 16. On the Merritt in Norwalk, road construction right lane closed between exits 15 and 13. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right here, right now, you can call in, talk, or text. Same number, 2 different ways to reach me. I know a lot of you people would like to voice your opinion, but I can't come on the radio because they'll recognize my voice. And I can't be caught talking to you. Well, my friends, you can text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. New poll out there, about 800 or so folks, 800 Connecticut residents were surveyed by the University of New Hampshire, asking particularly about Governor Edward M. Lamont, His Excellency Governor Lamont, and saying, hey, what is up with this guy? What do you think? What are your thoughts here? Number one, what do you think of his job approval? 54% approve of the governor's job approval. But on the flip side, and you explain this to me because I don't quite get it. I mean, maybe I do, but I don't think so. If you approve of somebody to a point, in other words, if you like your boss, let's put it in a workplace environment here or a workplace scenario, right? If 54% of people like their boss or they approve of the job he or she is doing, why would only 43% of them want that boss, that supervisor or whatever, the big kahuna, the big chief, the big honcho? Why would only 43% of them want him or her to keep the job if you think the job is being done well? Is that particular boss not delving into areas that you want them to delve into? Maybe. But according to this survey, 800 people said, 54% of people approve or lean toward approving how Ned Lamont has handled his job. 36% say they disapprove strongly or somewhat. That's a pretty good gap there, right? Even I can figure that out. 18%. That's not bad. Still, though, just 43% said Ned Lamont deserves another term. 40% said he doesn't. That's 4 out of 10. So if you start the campaign right now, he's got to convince a fraction more of the 4 out of 10 that he is the best guy for the job. Now, I will say this, and I've said this over and over again. If you have to have a Democrat in the governor's mansion, in the big chair, I would assume there's a big leather chair at the governor's mansion somewhere. So let's assume, for the sake of assumption, I know that's dangerous, but let's assume there is a big leather chair. And let's assume, number one, there's a big leather chair, and number two, there's going to be a Democrat in that chair. Ned Lamont is the only guy I'd want in there if you said a Democrat is going to be reelected there. I mean, if you had to go for another Democrat, who did you want in that year? Bob Duff? Matt Ritter? Josh Elliott? Saud Anwar? Jason Rojas? I mean, you could do a lot worse here, but it's intriguing, though, that just 43% of voters said the governor deserves another term. I'm telling you that you had better pray that any one of the, or a certain pair of these second choices does not win here. Now, they did ask people, hey, if the governor decides, maybe he doesn't want to run again, maybe he and Annie say, hey, Ned, you're in your 70s, you've done good, go out on a high note. You know who the second choice is? William Tong. Today, Governor Lawsuit said yes. 49% of Democrats say, hey, Attorney General William Tong is he going to fly a velo around the state. William Tong, our esteemed Attorney General, nothing at all personal against the guy, but he's on his lawsuit a day binge here against Trump. I don't know. And only 41% go for Lieutenant Governor Susan Beiswitz. I've known her a bunch of years as well. She's always waiting for her time. May not be her time now anyway. So there you have it, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, among the things that was also asked in this survey were voters' attitudes on, yes, using state money for a state buy-in on the Connecticut Sun. And thankfully, if we read these numbers correctly, it appears that people in this state have their heads screwed on straight.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
On 95 in Darien, road construction left lane closed until 3 p.m. between exits 11 and 16. On the Merritt in Norwalk, road construction right lane closed between exits 15 and 13. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the Voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, we start out with our question of the day at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Pretty simple here, and it's based on a new University of New Hampshire survey, a new survey there from UNH up in Manchester, puts the governor's approval rating at 54%. What do you think of that number? Is it about right? I think that's about right. I always thought those polls that had him in the upper 60s, mid to upper 60s, I thought those were a little skewed or screwed or skewed or whatever. So Ned's approval is 54%, but just 43% say he should run again. And that's, that 43% figure, that's what I'm guessing that the state Republicans are going to latch on to here. But you know what else they asked in that survey? And I'm glad UNH asked that in the survey. The idea of using pension funds to help buy at least a portion of the Connecticut Sun and keep the team in the state drew a strong or somewhat opposed opposition from 54% of those surveyed. So at least half of the state, according to this UNH poll, says no, don't use state pension money to do that. 54% say they either strongly believe that or somewhat believe that. Just 15% of people. I don't know why the governor's pushing this. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. According to this poll here, just 15%, not 50, not 50, just 15% strongly or somewhat support the plan of using state pension money. It's ludicrous to buy a piece of the Connecticut Sun. Now, I've been trying to figure out here, why is he doing this? Is it a morale thing? I don't quite understand from a logic point of view why this is being done. It's not like, you can't say it's a scenario where if the Sun were to leave and to be relocated, that we wouldn't have women's basketball in the state. No, we have the championship level women's basketball in this state with UConn. You've got outstanding women's programs at other schools, too. Sacred Heart, Fairfield, Quinnipiac, to name a few. So I quite don't understand that. And apparently most people in the state don't get it either. Just 15% strongly or somewhat support the plan. Republican opposed the purchase by 76%, while Democrats opposed the purchase by 36%. So we begin with a good slate of numbers there at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I know what a lot of you are thinking, because you write me on this, you post it on Facebook, you message me on it at 333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, well, the polls don't mean anything. No. Yes, they do. Don't get caught into this milieu, as it would be, of people saying, well, no, the polls don't mean anything. Yeah, the polls mean a heck of a lot. And don't believe anybody who says, well, I never, especially any sort of politician that says, well, I don't really look at the polls. No, they look at the polls. Now, how much weight do they put in those polls? That's a different thing. And you know what? The politicians love polls because it's free research. It's like somebody handed them free research. You don't think that the folks at the Republican State Central Committee are looking at these numbers? You don't think that people at the Democratic State Central Committee and the state party, they're looking at these numbers? Of course they are. And they're both pumping their fists in the air saying, hey, we got some free research here. Now, it's interesting. So let's look at it this way now before we have news coming up at the top of the hour. If you're the state Republican Party, right, and you're my pal Ben Proto, who's been on the show here numerous times, will probably be on again pretty soon. You look at this polling, you say, what? Well, okay, 54%. It's not like he's at 60%, but yet, I mean, the GOP headquarters, they must be high-fiving themselves saying, wow, only 43% want old Ned to run for re-election. So if you're, I guess, Ryan Fazio, who's still the only declared candidate in this whole thing, remember, Aaron Stewart hasn't declared yet. You're looking at this from a reputable pollster saying, wow, he's only at 43% to run for re-election? How about that? Now, you wonder, too, does that 43% figure, I mean, you just wonder, does that 43% figure maybe nudge the soon-to-be outgoing mayor of New Britain, Aaron Stewart? Does that nudge her to get in the race? Now, she's not in the race yet. She's still trying to get to the 300 and whatever it is, 350, 360,000 bucks. That would get her the matching 16, 17, 18 million dollars, whatever it is, to get in the race. So you look at that and you say to yourself, wow, let's get over that threshold and let's give it a run here, even though there is another declared Republican in the race with Ryan Fazio already in there. And he's only about 1/3 of the way to getting the money he would need to get the matching funds. But then again, he's only been fundraising for about what? About a month or so, month and change. So there you go. Now, on the Democratic side, what are they thinking? What is the Democratic Party? What are the likely employees or likely staff members of Lamont 2026 thinking, where they say, well, okay, 54% is not great, but it's not awful. At least we're above water. We're above that 50-50 line. But then again, you see them and it's, 43% for re-election. So is there a chance maybe the governor sees that number and waits for one more polling cycle? And maybe he says, all right, on second thought, if there's a chance I'm going to lose. I mean, it's not even 50% for re-election, 43%. So if you're Ned Lamont, are you going to take the chance that you may lose? Now, lose to who? I don't know, on the Republican side or on the Democratic side in the primary. And again, one final thing here. He's I don't know why he's doing this. Again, whether he's trying to be old Ned who loves that there women's hoops. He's got to drop this state investment thing for the Connecticut Sun. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, from an investment point, just stocks, bonds, mutual funds. So what the state treasurer, any state treasurer of the state is entrusted to do is to do these sorts of things with guaranteed or as close as you can get to guaranteed investments. Now, everybody's going gaga over the fact that, well, the Connecticut Sun, it was only a $10 million property back in 2003. So look at what's happened in 22 years. Well, yeah, all right, 340, 350 million bucks, but where's the guarantee that if you buy in based on that price, what's the guarantee that this thing is going to get even more on the plus side for state employees? So I don't get it. I simply do not get it. Now, if you want to check out these numbers for yourself, on the next break, I will take the link and I will post that link to our Facebook page. So if you go to our Facebook page, which is, oddly enough, facebook.com/Voice of CT. You go there, and I promise within 2 minutes you will see the link. Once again, this is a link to the University of New Hampshire Polling Institute there. They spoke to, in some way, shape, or form, 800 Connecticut residents. The vast majority say, no, don't buy into the Connecticut Sun. A decent majority said, yeah, they like the job that Ned Lamont is doing, but somewhat less than half, only about 43%, saying, hey, I could use me another 4 years of Ned Lamont. So maybe they're saying, hey, love you, Ned, but you know what, kids, grandkids, why don't you do more on that on that venue. Traffic and weather together right here, right now. It's a Tuesday. A lot more coming up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
On 95 in Darien, road construction left lane closed until 3 p.m. between exits 11 and 16. On the Merritt in Norwalk, road construction right lane closed between exits 15 and 13. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
This is your CT Insider weather update.
Another day of clouds, but the sun is on the way midweek, but temperatures will drop, looking at high of 80. But as the week goes on, only going to get into the mid-60s.
Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, great to have you with us. 1 hour down, 3 to go. You know how to get a hold of us. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We have some texts here regarding, these just came in. Thank you for texting. Regarding the governor's race, Sean Scanlon seems a good fiscal nuts and bolts guy and a less left loony Democrat for future office. If it has to be a Democrat, his resume crunching tweet airport numbers gives him grounding in fiscal matters. And we've had Comptroller Scanlon on this show. He's been on with Lisa. He's been on with Melissa numerous times. And he has said that if the governor runs, he won't. But if the governor doesn't run, who knows? Now, Sean Scanlon is mentioned as a possible alternative in this University of New Hampshire survey to Ned Lamont if he chooses not to run, but I believe he trails both William Tong, the Attorney General, and the Lieutenant Governor, Susan Bysiewicz. On the Republican side, he prefers this gentleman says, or gentlelady, I'm not sure who it is. You can't tell gender on text messages, Paul. I'm sorry. This person said, I prefer Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart to be a ticket. Themis Claridis, the Secretary of State. And more candidates to battle William Tong so far. All right, there you go. Man, there hasn't been, I hate to rub the salt in it, but man, there hasn't been a Republican constitutional officer, in never mind the governor's seat, but Secretary of State, Comptroller, Treasurer, Attorney General. I mean, it just, you talk about a red dry spell here in the state, but you never know. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Another person here talks about tolls and the governor. Tell you what, it's a lengthy text. We'll get to that momentarily. A lot more coming up. Great to have you with us right here on WICC.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump addressed a gathering of military commanders today in Virginia. It was a wide-ranging speech that focused more on domestic issues and the president's agenda. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more.
He did announce that the administration will be spending $1 trillion on the military for the fiscal year. And at one point, though, he did say that major cities could serve as, quote, training grounds for the National Guard. Otherwise, this was more so rally the troops kind of speech, and a quick mention of the efforts to reach a peace deal in Gaza, with the president saying at one point about Hamas, quote, I hope they sign for their own good.
Armed federal agents are patrolling Chicago's streets, some in full tactical gear. Last week, they fired pepper balls and tear gas at protesters. Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson.
ICE has to stop unprovoked chemical arms attacks on peaceful protesters and on journalists. This behavior is not normal. This is not Putin's Russia. This is the United States of America.
Chanel Cole reports Democrats are standing firm on their demands as the government shutdown looms.
They are saying they will not vote for anything that doesn't restore funding to healthcare that was cut by that so-called big, beautiful bill. Today, they talked about the impact those cuts could have on our access to healthcare. They're arguing that seniors will not be able to afford medication. They also argue that many families will simply forego getting critical care that they may need.
Drug maker Pfizer has agreed to lower drug costs under a deal with the administration. Pfizer will charge most favored nation pricing to Medicaid and guarantee that lower pricing on new drugs. It will also invest in more U.S. manufacturing. Scott McFarland reports the Trump administration is doing away with more oversight.
As one of its first acts in office in January, the Trump administration fired nearly a dozen federal inspectors general, watchdogs who policed for waste, fraud, and abuse. Now they're cutting funding, effective Wednesday, to the Council on Inspectors General, an organization that helps serve 14,000 inspector general staffers with training, with resources, with investigative tools.
Michael Wallace reports prosecutors are asking a judge to sentence Sean Diddy Combs to more than 11 years in prison.
In a request filed with the court today, prosecutors say Combs is unrepentant. They included letters from some of his accusers who say they live in fear of his release. Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, but found guilty of 2 prostitution-related counts, each of which carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison.
Sentencing is set for Friday. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky. But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. We work hard, he said. We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way. In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines, he told me. This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service. Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A verdict was expected to be handed down today for a Stamford man who was accused of murder. Attorneys from both sides delivered closing arguments yesterday during the hearing for 32-year-old Ian Evans. Prosecutors say Evans opened fire into a group of people outside the Ursula Place housing complex in September of 2020, killing 35-year-old Shernetta Dunmore. Lawyers for Evans argue the only evidence that points to him as the shooter is a statement from one eyewitness. Connecticut's Department of Transportation is up for a national award that could earn them $10,000. The agency's Fairfield Avenue Bridge Replacement Project in Norwalk last year landed our DOT in the top 12 for the 2025 America's Transportation Awards. You can vote for Connecticut every day until November 17th. Just go to ct.gov/DOT to vote. The DOT says if they win, the money will be split and given to Connecticut Food Share and the Andrew DiDomenico Memorial Scholarship. This afternoon, the annual Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair will be held at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. The event will be held from 4:30 to 7:30 and is free to attend. There will be close to 200 colleges, universities, businesses, military, and gap year programs on site. For more information, check out ctcollegefair.com. Greenwich has been ranked 7th on a list of the top 10 places to live on the East Coast. That's according to Travel and Leisure magazine. It said, according to realtors, their clients like it for its blend of suburban town with a small element of a beach town and city mixed in. The magazine describes Greenwich as, quote, an enclave for the wealthy. Just an hour by train from New York City, Travel and Leisure noted Connecticut offers income tax savings compared to New York State. And life after Paige Beckers has begun for the UConn women's basketball program, who held their first practice of the 2025 and 2026 season on Monday. The team has 5 newcomers with 3 freshmen and 2 first-year transfers. Several veteran players, such as guard Ashlyn Shade, center Jenna L. Alfie, and guard Morgan Chelly, are working their way back from respective injuries. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, head coach Gino Auriemma said that his initial impressions of the team were positive.
There's a lot of learning going on, a lot of new stuff for these guys, some of them. So all in all, I thought it was good.
The season tips off November 4th when they host the Louisville Cardinals. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
In Norwalk, the lane closures on the Merritt have been removed at exits 15 through 13, so that's good for your commute. But in Darien, the road construction left lane closed on 95 is still going, but it shouldn't be much longer. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Before we shift gears, I want to talk a little about speed cameras here. Tell you where those cameras are going to pop up. Another municipality says, yes, let's do it. I invariably got one of these texts, and I've gotten texts and emails about this, and I started the show, in case you're just joining us, thanks for hanging out with us. I started the show with a new poll out there from the University of New Hampshire. They polled a bunch of Connecticut folks, and Governor Ned Lamont has a 54% approval rating, yet only 43% of him, of Connecticut residents in this poll, want him to run for re-election. Okay, fine. So I get this text message from this individual. Polls are asinine. There is no truth in polls. UNH surveyed 800 people, and that represents the whole state? No. It only represents those 800 people. If they surveyed another 800 people, it might come out the exact opposite of the first 800. Come on, you seem like a much smarter guy than to believe in polls. Was the 800 people evenly spread out all over the Connecticut counties? Now, thank you for telling me I seem to be smart here. Here's the bottom line. A lot of people don't like polls. I guess that person doesn't for some. They choose not to believe them. Now, having said that, there are good polls and there are bad polls. And there are polls in between. Now, if you think a poll's a bad poll, that's fine. I'm just reporting what's here. However, after following this stuff for 20 or 30 years, after I remember having a very good stat professor in college who made it a point to illustrate how political polling works. Yeah, a lot of polls are pretty good. If whoever this person may be, you can go online And you can put in a term like most accurate pollsters, and you'll see who's really good. And over time, what their accuracy is. Now, to this person's concerns, polls are asinine. No, they're not. There are some really good pollsters out there, many of whom have, at one time or another, done a really good prediction on elections and such. Now, it's a prediction. It could be wrong. There is no truth in polls. Well, I wouldn't go that far. UNH surveyed 800 people, and that represents the whole state? No. It only represents that 800 people. Okay, yes, to a point. Polling is all about sampling. For example, a lot of people don't believe it, but if you sample the country correctly, meaning if you make sure the respondents are 53% women, 47% men, 13% African American, yada, 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 certain amount Hispanic, whatever. If your sample is good, then your results are going to be good. So this poll from UNH, likely, I guess this person didn't like the numbers. I don't know. But the bottom line is there are some really good polls out there. And the accuracy of a poll is directly reflected on their sampling. And is it possible to poll a state of 3.5 million people with just 800 people? Yes, you can do that. Statewide polls, some of the most accurate ones, are only a few hundred people. You can double and triple your sample, and it doesn't increase the overall accuracy or change the plus or minus of that poll. What they call now they used to call it the margin of error. Now that the big euphemism is the confidence factor. Were the 800 people evenly spread out over Connecticut counties? I would assume yes. Because for you to be counted in the poll, they want to know where you live, or at least the county. Now, understand something. And I'm glad this person texted this in. Just because they counted 800 people in this poll, it doesn't mean they only spoke to 800 people. To get an accurate, and this is important to understand, to get an accurate polling sample of, your polling director, who's usually a doctor, has a doctorate in statistics, probability and stats, margin of error and all this, he or she may say, all right, for this size of a state, we need 900 people. Okay, but that sample, those 900 people, have to be taken from a larger sample size. I mean, if you're polling, for example, for a car company, and you're trying to say, hey, how much do people like our cars? And you say, well, let's talk to 1,000 people. But out of that 1,000 people, you have to pick them from a broader set of people who maybe identify with your target audience. So I thank you to this person who texted us, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I will beg to differ. I don't think polls are asinine. There is some good truth in some polls, but like everything else, there are some polls, there are some really bad polls, and then there are some pretty good and pretty accurate polls.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Experience the future of primary care right in the palm of your hand. With Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you'll get expert primary care anytime from the comfort of home. Connect with a virtual provider and concierge team who know your medical history. Use HHC 24/7 for acute illnesses to manage your medications, chronic conditions, specialty referrals, and more. All major insurance plans are accepted. Text HHC 247 to 85209 to download the app and never wait again for care with Hartford Healthcare.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, the lane closures on the Merritt have been removed at exits 15 through 13, so that's good for your commute. But in Darien, the road construction, left lane closed on 95 is still going, but it shouldn't be much longer. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422. Now, you folks in Stratford, yes. Didn't get a chance to talk about this Friday because I was off tending to other things. Speed cameras are coming to Stratford, and here's where they'll go. So get out a piece of pencil. Get out a pencil and a piece of paper, or a piece of pencil and some paper, whatever you'd like. Or as they used to say when I was growing up, get out some scratch paper. I never understood that. It's a pen and paper. Pencil and paper. What am I scratching? A scratch pad. I don't scratch the paper. I write stuff down. Well, it's chicken scratch. No. My penmanship is artistic. Don't use the word scratch in writing things down with me. However, all right, now listen to me very carefully. And if you don't like when I talk about this, fine, 203-333-9422. I would suspect that when I talk about this, there are going to be people that are going to be crying and whining and bitching and moaning about this. But it's very easy to avoid the coming speed cameras in Stratford or in any city or town by doing one of two things. You can do it now. You tell me which one you would prefer to do. You can either slow down and stay within 10 miles an hour on the upper end of the posted speed limit, or you can simply avoid the areas that have the speed cameras, right? What am I missing here? You tell me. You can either have a less heavy foot on l'accélérateur, or you can use the brake pedal. You know, the brake pedal is the one not on the far right. The brake pedal is the one, if you look down, there's that long pedal. That's the accelerator, which I would prefer that more of you use when you're getting on a highway again today with somebody in front of me doing 40 miles an hour getting onto I-91. Oh, I'm literally screaming, press the accelerator, you're going to get us killed. But I digress. So if you don't want to get nailed or nabbed, as they would say, by a speed camera and or a red light camera for that matter, use the brake pedal. That's the one that's the one that's generally a rectangular shape, moving left to right on your radio dial, as they say. That's the one next to the accelerator. So Stratford has become the 6th municipality in Connecticut to get an okay for speed cameras. So all you people in Stratford, you can cry and whine and moan, the cameras are coming. So as a public service here, I will tell you where these are going to be. All right? And I know people are going to say, well, we don't like them, this and the other, blah, blah, blah. Well, here's the bottom line is, they're coming. Now, there are 5 locations in Stratford to capture license plates and issue fines. You got this? You ready? All right? And again, if you don't like this technology, whatever, you can choose to do one of two things. You can avoid these areas, or you can slow down. I can't think of, well, maybe you can't drive at all, but I don't know what to tell you here. By the way, if are you mad at this? Would you rather we didn't have these? See, I love them. I am tired of getting almost hit when I go on my nightly walk. I almost got T-boned again the other night coming out of the Stop and Shop parking lot in Wallingford. It's a good thing I stopped because I clearly had the green light, and some chooch, some stunad, some cavone said, oh, I'm just going to blow through the red light on my side. So the more I see this, the more I sit here and say, put a speed camera on every corner. I couldn't care less. In Stratford, here's where the speeding and license plate cameras are going to be. You ready? And you can chime in here and say whether this makes sense or not. I do not live in Stratford, so I have no authority here on this one. The 1300 block of Huntington Road at Bunnell High School. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, the 300 block of Nichols Avenue at Nichols Elementary School. That's number 2. Number 3 is Nichols Avenue between Marina Drive and Barbara Lane. That's number 3. Number 4 is the 1800 block of Barnum Avenue at the Franklin Elementary School. All right? And number 5 is Broadbridge Avenue between Marina Drive and Emerald Place. Mayor Laura Hoydick saying these locations were selected based upon crash data and pedestrian traffic and violation surveys that reveal a dangerous propensity for drivers to violate the laws. Traditional traffic enforcement, the mayor said, continues to be a challenge due to police staffing levels and other demands of priorities. She notes the sites in question are not ideal for law enforcement traffic stops anyway because there are no safe areas to protect the suspected drivers and the officers and oncoming motorists. Mayor Hoydick also stating the plan has the backing of the Stratford Town Council, which had to pass a local ordinance last year to get the process started, and support from members of the public who attended hearings on the matter in February and March. So again, now you tell me, you folks in Stratford, I'd love to hear from you, or if you know these neighborhoods, because just because you're in the city or town doesn't mean you can't, or you may not be in there, doesn't mean you can't comment or comment either way, yes or no. Once again, in Stratford, the 1300 block of Huntington Road at Bunnell High School, the 300 block of Nichols Avenue at Nichols Elementary School, Nichols Avenue between Marina Drive and Barbara Lane, the 1800 block of Barnum Avenue and Franklin Elementary School, and Broadbridge Avenue between Marina Drive and Emerald Place. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You happy with those? Most of them are around schools, if you notice. I think 4 of those 5 there I read are around schools. You happy with those? Should there be more? Or do you think this whole thing is unfair? A lot of people think it's unfair. Now, remember, you're going to get a 10-mile-an-hour cushion. So if it's a 35-mile-an-hour zone, as long as you're at 44 or under, you're going to be okay. At least they say you will. That remains to be seen. But what do you think of this? 5 sites. It's coming. I'm telling you, they're not only are they coming to Stratford, they are coming to just about every municipality, I'll say, within about 10 years.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, the lane closures on the Merritt have been removed at exits 15 through 13, so that's good for your commute. But in Darien, the road construction, left lane closed on 95 is still going, but it shouldn't be much longer. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing.
your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth summoned military commanders to Virginia today, where President Trump spoke to them about his vision of using the military domestically.
I told Pete we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military.
One of those cities is Portland, Oregon, where National Guard troops could arrive this week.
Actually pretty confused and don't see what the president is talking about.
CBS's Nicole Killian has the latest on the budget stalemate.
There is little goodwill on either side here. You know, that's in part why that White House meeting yesterday was so short, because both sides are really dug in on their positions here. So it's hard to see how they find a way out of this.
If no deal is reached, the government would shut down after midnight. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower ahead of that possibility. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Human remains that were discovered at a construction site in Greenwich earlier this month are believed to be at least a few hundred years old. That is according to a statement issued yesterday by a member of the Greenwich Police Department. The bones were unearthed while an excavator was preparing a building site on September 18th. The medical examiner is working with other experts in an effort to determine an accurate age. Connecticut veterans joined Governor Ned Lamont yesterday at the signing of the Connecticut HERO Act, which includes two bills that contain several measures to honor veterans. The act will establish November as Veterans Month, expand the higher education tuition waiver program, and require the Department of Veterans Affairs to reevaluate dental care. The governor spoke at the signing and said that the bill is just one small way that the state can say thank you.
I don't have to detail all the benefits that the HEROES bill represents. Really, it's just another way of saying thank you. Thank you for what each and every one of you did on behalf of your country and the family that was there waiting for you to come home. It's just another small way that the state can try and step up.
Hartford is emerging out of a violent weekend that saw 5 separate shootings take place, which left 2 dead and 4 injured. Authorities believe none of the shootings are related to the other, referring to the weekend incidents as an abnormality, and say the police department had adequate staffing. Mayor Arunan Arulampalam iterated the importance of violence prevention and is committed to attacking the root causes to make the city safe for everyone. Reverend Henry Brown of Mothers United Against Violence says Hartford residents are tired of the violence. Allegations of cheating have led to the resignations of 7 Waterbury fire cadets. Mayor Paul Pernarevsky says the group, part of a class of 13, were accused of cheating or being aware of cheating on an emergency medical technician exam. The remaining 6 cadets passed their exams and are now probationary firefighters. The Millstone nuclear power plant celebrated its 50th anniversary yesterday. Millstone is the only nuclear power plant in the state and supplies close to 2 million homes in Connecticut with electricity. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the CEO of Millstone parent company Dominion, Bob Blue, spoke about the significant impact the plant has on Connecticut's energy resources.
Millstone provides nearly half the electricity produced in Connecticut and more than 90% of Connecticut's carbon-free electricity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Dominion has recently asked for a 20-year extension on the plant, which includes the construction of several smaller reactors on site. Governor Ned Lamont told Channel 3 that he was in favor of the proposal.
If they simplify it, speed it up, and make it standard, it'll be less expensive and a good way to go.
The Danbury School's central offices are being moved into the new facility at the high school campus on Apple Ridge Road. Staff members at the school were prepared for the start of the new academic year at the property back in August, and administrators started relocating after that. A spokesperson for the district says the move from the offices on Beaverbrook Road is being done one department at a time on the weekends to avoid putting too much stress on the IT staff. The new Danbury High School West and the administrative offices are in the recently renovated building that was once home to Cardis Corp. Stratford is the latest municipality in the state to get approval of red light cameras. There are only 5 other towns in Connecticut with approvals. Stratford's 5 camera locations were determined by crash data. 3 of the spots are near town schools. 6 other towns have pending applications with the DOT right now, including Milford, Fairfield, and Stamford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatascio has been a proponent of the cameras, not only for their ability to increase road safety, but also for their assistance in police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
And the Holiday Wish Express is returning to Stamford Town Center this season. The Christmas-themed attraction will be open on weekends and select dates through December, beginning on November 22nd. Guests can enjoy a virtual train trip to the North Pole, a visit to Santa's workshop, and a reading of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. For details and tickets, visit theholidaywish.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, the lane closures on the Merritt have been removed at exits 15 through 13, so that's good for your commute. But in Darien, the road construction left lane closed on 95 is still going, but it shouldn't be much longer. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, here come the cameras. They're coming now, as Chris Williams just said in his newscast there. By the way, hi, how are you? Connecticut Today, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 5 or 6 locations in the town of Stratford, right? They're coming now. The mayor unveiling those locales. We went over those. And as Chris pointed out, the other towns where red light and speed cameras are coming, Fairfield, Stamford, and Milford. And Milford Mayor Tony Giannatascio says they're a good idea.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Didn't mean to step on you there. Yeah, so who can be against this? I love this. I really do. You know why? It's going to catch the bad guys, number one, or the bad girls. And number two, you will know where the cameras are. So you will know where these cameras are. They have to tell you by the state law. Your GPS is going to have to tell you. That's part of the law. And you're going to get a 10-mile-an-hour cushion on top of this. So, for example, if you're in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, you can go as fast as 49 miles an hour. If you hit 50, ding, 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 you're a winner. I'm sorry. I used to be against these things until I started on a regular basis almost getting hit by people who just won't slow down. They don't know how to use the freaking brake pedal. I've had enough. I've had enough. Yes, even I have my limits. Out of the phones we go this afternoon. Kenny in New Canaan. Kenny, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, good, Paul. How you doing?
I'm good, Kenny. What's on your mind, pal?
All right, so the third option with the speed cameras is to get a fake license plate, which is what they're warning you about in New York every time I go across the white zone.
Yep.
Apparently, it's a huge issue, and I never really thought of it, but, you know, to think of those people in Stratford, you never know.
Yeah, yeah. They get either fake license plates, Kenny, or they get these license plate covers, you know, which are really dark, right? We've seen those. Or you know what the new thing is now, Kenny? Magnetic leaves. Magnetic leaves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the back of the car.
Yeah. And, you know, but hey, Kenny, I have an idea. Slow down. How about that? This way you got nothing to worry about. Am I wrong here? What am I missing?
Well, no, you're right.
You sounded depressed when you told me I was right, Kenny. You all right?
No, I just looked up and I had to go down to 25 miles an hour on this New Canaan road.
Okay. Yeah, Kenny, please drive carefully, my friend, okay? Thanks for the call. Kenny on those winding roads in New Canaan. Folks, please, don't ever call me and then get into an accident. I'm begging you. Kenny, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, folks, you know, a lot of people don't understand. And again, these are coming. The cameras got the final okay for Stratford. They're getting the final okay for Milford and for Fairfield and for Stamford. They're already in Middletown. They're in the town of Washington, tiny little Washington, Connecticut. Well, it's a cash grab, Paul. Well, I have an idea. If you're not speeding, it won't cost you any cash. But again, just so you understand, a city or town's RTM, the Board of Aldermen, the representative town meeting, the city council, the town council, first, they have to vote on this and okay it. Then there has to be a second vote of a smaller body within that city or town to say, hey, here's what we want to submit to the state. This is where we want the cameras. And then only after 2 votes is the DOT going to look at where you want to put these cameras, and then they have to okay it, I think, for 3 years, 2 or 3 years, and you've got to show them, the city or the town has got to make a case to the state DOT and say, hey, okay, why do you want this camera here? Well, we want it here, Mr. DOT guy, because there were a numerous amount of accidents there. Here are the accident reports, and here are the accidents that were caused by people blowing through the light. So it takes 3, and a lot of you people don't understand this. They just want to. Now, it doesn't mean you still can't be against it, but understand, if you say to yourself, hey, Paul, I didn't know these were coming to my city or town. Well, in order for them to be coming to your city or town, there would have to have been 2 previous votes by your city or town council and then a designated representative body of that city or town council. And again, and there's going to be signage too. So if they put these in your city or town, they have to tell you something like photo speed enforcement ahead. So these, by state law, cannot be hidden. The only people that won't understand them are the stu-nods, the cavones, the people that are drunk or high, or maybe those that no speak English, mang. Paul in Bethel's here. Hey, Paul, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm good, Paul. What's on your mind, pal?
Our company, all our company-owned vehicles are GPS tracked, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
And we are allowed 10 miles an hour over the limit.
Mm-hmm.
So if we get 11, it pings it. Now, they give us a certain amount of errors that we can make before it's an issue, but, you know, for the most part, everybody's on track.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, it's not easy to stay 10 over or a little less. You really have to, try to do, maybe 5 over.
Yeah.
And even then, you hit it. You come over the crest of the hill, even with cruise control on.
Yeah.
The vehicle accelerates, and all of a sudden you look down, you're doing 12 over,
Yeah.
And it doesn't pick it up quite that fast,
Yeah.
but it's always there in your brain. You start staring at your speedometer, and not so much the road, and it's a little tricky.
Yeah, and Paul, you're right, because, the modern cars are very comfortable, very smooth, and there's a natural tendency, Paul, if we're on that road and there's no traffic, you can still exceed the speed limit, but not driving like an idiot. See, this is why, Paul, they're only going to put these things up, supposedly, at dangerous spots. In other words, the spots where they put them up, they have to document to the DOT, hey, here's why we want them there.
Right. No, I get that. But on the other hand, opposite what you said, on the lower part of 25 and 8 down in Bridgeport, it's 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And everybody does 70. It's very hard to not just stay up with the flow of traffic.
I know.
And then you feel like a target. You keep looking at your mirrors like, who's piling up on me? It's very weird, the whole thing.
And you're right. And Paul, I do have to run, and thank you so much. And see, because of all the stuff Paul mentioned there, this is why, we'll get back to the phones momentarily, this is why the bill was set up the way it was. So instead of the DOT swooping in there and saying, well, we want, you got to have a camera here, there, and everywhere. No, they are waiting for the cities and towns to say, hey, we would like your permission to put them in certain areas. Well, why you want it here? Well, there's a school here. Okay, why do you want it here? There's another school here. And why over here? Well, we had 5 T-bone accidents there last year. Okay. All right, we'll get back to the phones after we tap the brake pedal right here on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Retirement isn't always sunshine. Most people will face 4 to 6 financial storms in retirement. Will your plan hold up? Take the quiz now at rocksolidretirementquiz.com. That's rocksolidretirementquiz.com to discover your #1 retirement mistake and how to fix it. Get a free custom report. Strategies for Wealth Management is here to help you build a rock-solid retirement plan. Go to rocksolidretirementquiz.com now.
Insurance products and services are offered by Strategies for Wealth Management. Content contained herein should not be construed as an offer or solicitation for investment advice or for the purchase or sale of any security, insurance, or other investment product.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Norwalk, the lane closures on the Merritt have been removed at exits 15 through 13, so that's good for your commute. But in Darien, the road construction left lane closed on 95 is still going, but it shouldn't be much longer. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, super and great to have you with us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris had this in his news. We brought it up because I wasn't here on Friday. Took a little day off, and I know this made the news. I guess there is a final approval now. Speed cameras are now officially coming to Stratford, and they're telling you where these things are going to be. There is going to be signage. They will show up on your GPS, whatever you use to Waze, Google Maps, Apple Maps, whatever. And they are going to be at, and we'll get back to the phones momentarily. We have a gentleman waiting on the phone. The 1300 block of Huntington Road at Bunnell High School in Stratford, the 300 block of Nichols Avenue at Nichols Elementary School, Nichols Avenue location between Marina Drive and Barbara Lane. Also, the 1800 block of Barnum Avenue at Franklin Elementary School and Broadbridge Avenue between Marina Drive and Emerald Place. So, if you don't want to get caught, either slow down or avoid the area. I don't know what to tell you. And like I say, I used to be stone cold against these things, but after having dodged about 100 chooches, cavones, stunades, and whatever over about the past year, I'm sorry. I have changed my mind. We have a caller who wants to be anonymous. Hello, Anonymous. You're on the air. How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Enjoyed your day off.
Yeah, I did. Made a little money, but it's good. What's on your mind?
So with these cameras, there's a couple things. For one, I'm kind of for them. You know, I'm not totally against them.
Yeah.
You know, the speed limit is a limit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a minimum. But there seems to be some videos that have been going around. I don't know if you're on the gram or whatever, but it's kind of funny.
Okay.
There's some people in England and over in London and whatever.
Yeah.
Where they have these cameras for people running lights and speeding and all this and that.
Yeah.
And the people run around masked and they sawzall them off, or they use a grinder and they cut the holes in the broad daylight.
Broad daylight.
It's
I know.
all over the gram.
Hey, I have an idea. I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them try it here and see what happens. How about we do?
You know what? I'm not for surveillance either, but if we could use the cameras for multiple things, like if they're going to be in school zones, then let's start rounding up some pedophiles.
Well, absolutely,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You start getting license plates of who's sitting there across the street watching the school or watching the playground, or you know what I mean?
Well,
like I'm all for that.
Yeah, and
I wanted to give you a heads up.
All right, no, I will.
I know time is limited.
No, thank you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Between Boston Avenue, which was exit 5.
All right.
And exit 2 for Troop G.
Okay.
On south on 25.
25, yeah.
Right? I towed cars for over 12 years.
Wow.
In Bridgeport for Troop G.
Yeah.
Every day, every morning, everybody piles up to go southbound on 25 Route 8 to get to 95 South.
Yeah.
And there's always accidents, people running into everybody because it's all choked down to one lane.
Yeah.
It should be 2 lanes. They need to evolve and widen the highway to 2 lanes, kind of like what they did up in New Haven, right?
Yeah.
But there's no record of these accidents. I called DOT, and they gave me a website. They're like, oh, we really don't know. You know, they could be medical emergency, you know. And I'm like, I live next to the fire department. The fire department runs out like 3-4 times every morning for people running into these cars trying to get into the chokehold of 95 South.
Yeah.
Like, who are you trying to fool?
Yeah.
Like, we don't have documentation of what these accidents are for.
You know, I'm wondering though, if nobody, in other words, if somebody settles up the accident on site, like, I don't know. If, for example, if they say, nah, I don't want to call the cops, don't worry about it, is that maybe why they don't have a record?
I towed these cars 2 to 3 times every day for over 13 years.
Wow.
Every day.
You could tell stories then. I'm sure there are stories you can't tell on the air.
I was actually Yeah, it's just.
You don't have to say it. I got it. Yeah, I got it. No, I understand. And as far
if we had 2 lanes going south, none of those rear enders would happen.
And I do have to go, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate the call there. And this gentleman said he had a lot of experience towing. One of the fears now, and I'm glad he brought that up because this reminded me, I guess one of the fears of this whole thing is that people are either going to slam the accelerator and try to get under the light when it's yellow, or if they're a little ways back, they will jam on the old brake-olas there and stop and cause a rear ender, to which that gentleman may have even more work. Thank you, sir. And you know what? He's right. Listen, if they think there are pedophiles or drug dealers, if there's photographic evidence of this, a police department, you can get a court order for this. Now, again, though, I think, don't quote me on this, but I think they can only keep those records for 30 days, but that may be the license plate readers in other towns, so I'm not sure. Bob in Trumbull is here. Bob, good afternoon.
Reverend Paul.
Yes.
What I'd like to see on some speed cameras, put one in front of my house. These school buses, when they're going, they've dropped the kids off and going for another run.
Yeah.
They're hauling hiney.
Hauling hiney, huh?
Yeah, well, I got to be, I don't want you to cut me off.
Well, I want you to.
Put me on, the thing where you won't talk to me for a week.
I've never done that, Bob.
Yes,
Come
you
on.
Did. Yes,
Come
you
on.
Did.
What
yes, you did. Ask Sir Chris.
What else do you have? I got 30 seconds. Hurry up.
Ned Lamont.
Yes.
Other than the windmills.
Yeah.
And knocking down the power plants without replacing them.
Yeah.
And instead of basketball, they ought to invest the money in a nuke plant, and that would make money. I'll bet if he doesn't run, he's going to move to South Carolina, just like the guy who did the income tax did. As soon as he left, he moved to South Carolina.
Oh, okay. What else are you? Hey, Bob, why don't you give us your patented goodbye here? We haven't heard that in a while. Go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah.
Save the bears.
Yeah.
Deport the illegals.
Yes.
And fly Avello Airlines out of Tweed, New Haven.
All right, there you go. The wisdom of Bob right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Right now, heading northbound from the state line to Milford, 95 is your best bet with a little under an hour. If you take the Merritt, it's going to be over an hour. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it, and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@connmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yes, apparently the speed cameras, the red light cameras, they are coming to even more cities and towns on the way, they say, to Stamford, to Fairfield and other locales, and they were just late last week on the final approval for Stratford. We'll give you those locations again on the other side. But again, easy if you don't like these things, if you think they're Big Brother, if you think we're heading toward a surveillance society, well, you know where they are. Just slow down and stay away.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hundreds of generals and admirals gathered in Virginia today, called there by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. President Trump addressed them, saying we are reawakening the warrior spirit. Here's CBS's Nancy Cordes.
He suggested, as Hegseth had before him, that some people in that room maybe don't have their jobs for the right reasons, that they don't have as high qualifications as they could have, but that they were put in those positions because of DEI, that perhaps they are minorities, perhaps they are women. And he added that if anyone in the room doesn't like what he's saying, they can leave, although he said they would immediately lose their rank.
The president also suggested major cities in this country could serve as training grounds for the military. CBS's Nicole Valdez is in Memphis, where they're awaiting a deployment of some sort.
A lot of questions still here in Memphis about just how soon we will start to see those National Guard troops in the streets. The president and the governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee, both said they expected that operation to kickstart this week. But so far, we haven't seen any sign of any massive troop movement throughout the city.
With the government shutdown looming, Democratic lawmakers are standing firm on their demands for an extension of expiring health insurance subsidies. Senator Chuck Schumer.
They're afraid to talk about the real issue, which is health care for American citizens, health care for people who need the health care and can't afford these premiums.
Republican lawmakers want the issue negotiated separately later. The deadline is midnight tonight. Hamas says it's studying President Trump's latest peace plan for Gaza. CBS's Deborah Patta is in Tel Aviv with reaction.
The families of hostages who have waited nearly 2 years for their loved ones are almost too scared to hope that this time will not end in disappointment. And in Gaza, Palestinians who continue to endure bombardment, hunger, and displacement remain skeptical, saying this could have been ended a long time ago.
Stacey Lynn reports a federal judge has ruled the Trump administration's efforts to deport non-citizens for protesting the war in Gaza was unconstitutional.
The judge in Boston agreed with several university associations, which said the policy they described as ideological deportation violates the First Amendment. They testified that the Trump administration had launched a coordinated effort to target students and scholars who had criticized Israel or showed sympathy for Palestinians.
On Wall Street, stocks finished lightly higher today ahead of the possible government shutdown. The Dow is up 81. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, I am Brant, and her name is Sherry, and she's a friend and a colleague of mine, and we were just praying for her, actually, because she had a major surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is Medi-Share. That's right,
of course.
Yeah.
So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and your healthcare bills?
You know what? It was seamless, and that's such a blessing when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems, and let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in, and it's just what you need. It's so refreshing.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share and saving tons of money. The typical family, I'm fond of saying, can save $500 a month.
I am so thankful for Medi-Share. It's so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way, Brant.
It is a good different. Call right now. They're so easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Human remains that were discovered at a construction site in Greenwich earlier this month are believed to be at least a few hundred years old. That is according to a statement issued yesterday by a member of the Greenwich Police Department. The bones were unearthed while an excavator was preparing a building site on September 18th. The medical examiner is working with other experts in an effort to determine an accurate age. The Danbury School's central offices are being moved into the new facility at the high school campus on Apple Ridge Road. Staff members at the school were prepared for the start of the new academic year at the property back in August, and administrators started relocating after that. A spokesperson for the district says the move from the offices on Beaverbrook Road is being done one department at a time on the weekends to avoid putting too much stress on the IT staff. The new Danbury High School West and the administrative offices are in the recently renovated building that was once home to Cardis Corp. Allegations of cheating have led to the resignations of 7 Waterbury fire cadets. Mayor Paul Pernarevsky says the group, part of a class of 13, were accused of cheating or being aware of cheating on an emergency medical technician exam. The remaining 6 cadets passed their exams and are now probationary firefighters. Greenwich is ranked 7th on a list of the top 10 places to live on the East Coast, according to Travel and Leisure magazine. It said, according to realtors, their clients like it for its blend of suburban town with a small element of a beach town and city mixed in. The magazine describes Greenwich as, quote, an enclave for the wealthy. Just an hour by train from New York City, Travel and Leisure noted Connecticut offers income tax savings compared to New York State. And life after Paige Beckers begins for UConn women's basketball, who held their first practice of the 2025-2026 season on Monday. The team has 5 newcomers with 3 freshmen and 2 first-year transfers. Several veteran players, such as guard Ashlyn Shade, center Jana El Alfi, and guard Morgan Chelly, are working their way back from respective injuries. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, head coach Gino Auriemma said that his initial impressions of the team were positive.
There's a lot of learning going on, a lot of new stuff for these guys, some of them. So all in all, I thought it was good.
The season tips off November 4th when they host the Louisville Cardinals. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city on 95 or the Merritt, it's going to take you over an hour, but looks like 95 is a little bit better, but the traffic picks up heavily after Norwalk. Sponsored by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening service. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I accidentally just clicked on something here on my computer, my studio computer here. I didn't know this. Tomorrow is World Vegetarian Day. So, happy World Vegetarian Day tomorrow to all who celebrate, I definitely could not be a vegan. I know people that are vegans, and vegans don't use, what is it with veganism? You don't use any animal products at all, anything. I definitely couldn't do that. I don't consume a lot of meat. I'm definitely not a vegetarian. But there are some days that I'm not that far off. So happy! An early World Vegetarian Day, heidi ho, to you folks who celebrate more. All right, there you go. There's a lot of tasty non-meat stuff out there. I don't consume all that much. Whatever. All right, so let me shut that window out. Why is somebody trying to tell me something? I don't know. Hey, how are you? 2 hours down, 2 to go right here at 10 past 4, 203-333 9422-333-WICC. We began the happy little program today talking about a new survey out there that was conducted by the folks in Manchester, New Hampshire there, the University of New Hampshire. They polled about 800 people, which is a good sample size for one state. And they asked people about Governor Edward M. Lamont, Ned Lamont, the Nedster, the Nedarino, His Excellency, Governor Ned Lamont, and whether or not he should run for re-election and what was, in fact, or what is his approval rating. So the governor has an approval rating overall at 54%, which is not surprising. I thought that was a little low for him. However, just 43% say he should run again. So is there a little bit of a progressive itch in the state's Democratic Party saying, hey, Ned, love you, 8 good years, you're 71 or 72, you look good. How about you and Annie just put your feet up and relax, enjoy the kids and whatever? So how about that? So what are your thoughts on those numbers? That was our question of the day today. Chris Williams looking over the answers. And Chris, what do the happy people say to this conundrum?
Daniel thinks it's time for him to move on. Dave said that he thinks it's time for him to retire. Carl likes him. He said he rarely seems partisan, but occasionally does. And Steven said it's time for America to turn off the lights. We're a joke.
All right. There you go. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So we have that. And also on the deck this afternoon, still the notion that another area town has received the okay for, whether you like them or not, speed cameras are coming soon to the town of Stratford. The town recently, last week, this story broke Friday, wasn't in, took a little bit of a vacation day. The town of Stratford is now the 6th, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Town of Stratford, the 6th municipality to get the okay under a 2-year-old state law to install traffic cameras for cracking down on motorists who speed and run red lights. DOT announced the approval last week of the application submitted by Republican Mayor Laura Hoydick, who's been on this show a few times. So you may ask, hey, Paul, yes, where are those lights? Where are those cameras going? Well, the first one is going to be at the 1300 block of Huntington Road at Bunnell High School. The second one, the 300 block of Nichols Avenue at Nichols Elementary School. Then there's going to be one on Nichols Avenue between Marina Drive and Barbara Lane. Number 4 is going to be on the 1800 block of Barnum Avenue at Franklin Elementary School. And number 5 is on Bainbridge Avenue between Marina Drive and Emerald Place. Now, you folks in Stratford, thoughts on that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, most of those, from what I can gather, at least 4 of the locations are near schools. Look, you're eventually going to see almost every school zone in the state have these. You just will. And if you want to avoid them, there's an easy way to do it. Just either slow down or go somewhere else. No, I don't mean to be a jerk here, but you will know where these cameras are. By law, they have to warn you. They have to tell you. There will be signs. They will have to, they meaning the DOT has to inform Waze and Google Maps and Apple Maps and say, hey, you need to give people a warning as to where these things are. So again, if you're going to get caught here, you're either going to be a first-timer in the area with no connection to anything that's going on in the world, or you're really dumb. Now, having said that, will you allow me to vent just for a moment here? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm all for people slowing down a little bit. I don't drive like an old lady. Believe me, I've I've had my share of speeding tickets. You know, I've opened up to you happy little people here. You know, I've told you that. I've had my share of speeding tickets. I enjoy the sport of driving. I had a red car with a performance package, and my best friend said, you know that's going to be a ticket magnet. I said, no, it's not. He was right. I got about 6 tickets with that car. But I digress. Can I please just, now that we're talking about motor vehicle safety and all that, can I please ask you something from the bottom of my pudgy little Italian heart? If you're getting on a highway, I am begging you to understand that the pedal that you push to make the car or the truck or the SUV or whatever go faster, it's called the accelerator. Why? Because if you press it hard enough and at specific intervals, it will, in fact, accelerate the vehicle and make your car go faster. Now, you may ask Paul, hey, Paul, yes? Let me ask you something. Sure. Why would I want the car to go faster? Well, you'd want the car to go faster if you're getting on a major highway, like I-91 near my house. Why do I say that? Well, this morning, somebody decided to merge in front of me in the right lane on I-91 at exit 14 in Wallingford at about 35 or 40 miles an hour with a Mack truck, a big rig, the cab plus the trailer, doing about 70 miles an hour in the right lane. And me hearing, to which I was using some invectives at the person in front of me to press the accelerator so we don't get killed. So please, as a public service from the bottom of my little pudgy Italian heart, please, it's called a merging lane because the idea is to merge and get to highway speed. If you're getting on I-91, the idea is to travel at a what they call proper and reasonable speed for conditions. Please, I am begging you, and you know who you people are, and you people out there now, I know you're laughing, you're nodding your head, because we see far too many of these. If you don't like highway speed, I would suggest, please, issue number 1, don't drive on the highway.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
It sounds like
It goes.
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works.
Turn your gold into community support. The Sell Your Gold fundraiser is back at St. Joseph Church in Shelton. This weekend, bring your gold chains, single earrings, jewelry you never wear to Parish Hall at St. Joseph Church. Bob the Gold Man will buy your gold and hand you a check. Then 60% of profits get donated in your name to help fund vital church programs. The Sell Your Gold fundraiser this Friday and Saturday, 10 to 4, and Sunday, 8 to 4. St. Joseph Church, 50 Fairmount Place, Shelton.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city on 95 or the Merritt, it's going to take you over an hour, but looks like 95 is a little bit better, but the traffic picks up heavily after Norwalk. Sponsored by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, your one-stop shop for fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening service. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Where I try just to save you some cash. Yes, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Talk or text. And this story here, I didn't know this story was posted this morning. Little happenstance here. Get this. Get this. Fines from automated traffic devices already have brought in $1 million plus for just one Connecticut municipality that's already approved the program and got the cameras up. Care to guess which one it is? It's a city. We told you about this. Middletown. Right up there by the Aragoni Bridge, the Connecticut River there, Harbor Park, and all those neat places there. Right near the TPC, River Highlands, Cromwell, Middletown. Middletown gained approval for its traffic cameras by the DOT in May. So far, the cameras went live in Middletown on July 9. So let's see, that's July to August, September, October. So we're coming up on 3 months. Now Middletown is a big town. Middletown's a city. It's not a small town. So take with it what you will from these figures. Middletown has brought in $1.04 million. So $1,040,000. 0.04 million is 40 grand. 0.4 would have been 400 grand. So folks, these things are serious. I'm warning you. Just slow down, or if you don't want to deal with them, take an alternate route. That's all you have to do. You'll know where they are. Middletown Police Chief Eric Costas said, "We found that this technology has been extremely effective in reducing the risk of serious injuries and fatal motor vehicle crashes." Quoting again, "It continues to prove itself as a valuable safety tool." By the way, this story, Victoria Sundquist's story here in the Connecticut News Junkie. So far, the DOT has approved traffic cameras for Greenwich, Marlborough, Middletown, Stratford. We just talked about that. Washington, Connecticut, and Wethersfield. Soon to come online. Applications pending. Beacon Falls, Fairfield, Hamden, Milford, New Haven, and Stamford. West Hartford now is in the application process. Middletown, with its 48,000 residents, has speed cameras both on the eastbound side and the westbound side of Washington Street. Of course, that's Route 66, a main thoroughfare. It's also installing them near local schools. There's a lag time in collecting the fines. Looking at August, for example, city officials say more than half of the citations issued were rejected for various reasons. So again, just because the camera takes a picture of your license plate, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get cited. Out of 2,312 total automated camera citations, almost 1,500 citations were rejected. Various reasons include, say, if a matching owner cannot be found or a reg plate does not come back matching the vehicle, the fine cannot be collected. So there you go. There's a safeguard there. There's also common problems when the same plate numbers or letters are on a passenger car registration, a combination registration, or a commercial reg. So there's issues there as well. So again, there is a certain amount of verification that has to happen. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Megan Portfolio coming by next hour with what she has learned about some contract negotiations between the governor's office and some high-powered state employee unions. We'll talk to Megan about that coming up.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city on 95 or the Merritt, it's going to take you over an hour, but looks like 95 is a little bit better. But the traffic picks up heavily after Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials, perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealestate.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump addressed a gathering of military commanders in Virginia today, called by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The president used his time not focusing on foreign wars, but on domestic issues. Susan Schnall is president of Veterans for Peace.
It is another move towards total authoritarianism and a fascist dictatorship. When he calls the major generals together and said, now we're going into the cities, that is what he is talking about.
There is a midnight deadline to avoid a government shutdown, and neither side is budging. CBS's Kelly O'Grady has a look at what American consumers may be in for.
On the consumer front, the things like Social Security checks, Medicare, all of those programs are going to continue. You will still be receiving your checks because those are funded separately. That is something that Congress has already approved without an expiration date.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A verdict was expected to be handed down today for a Stamford man accused of murder. Attorneys from both sides delivered closing arguments yesterday during the hearing for 32-year-old Ian Evans. Prosecutors say Evans opened fire into a group of people outside the Ursula Place housing complex in September of 2020, killing 35-year-old Shernetta Dunmore. Lawyers for Evans argue the only evidence that points to him as the shooter is a statement from one eyewitness. Hartford is emerging out of a violent weekend that saw 5 separate shootings take place, which left 2 dead and 4 injured. Authorities believe none of the shootings are related to the other, referring to the weekend incidents as an abnormality, and say the police department had adequate staffing. Mayor Arunan Arulampalam iterated the importance of violence prevention and is committed to attacking the root causes to make the city safe for everyone. Reverend Henry Brown of Mothers United Against Violence says Hartford residents are tired of the violence. The Millstone Nuclear Power Plant celebrated its 50th anniversary yesterday. Millstone is the only nuclear power plant in the state and supplies close to 2 million homes in Connecticut with electricity. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the CEO of Millstone parent company Dominion, Bob Blue, spoke about the significant impact the plant has on Connecticut's energy resources.
Millstone provides nearly half the electricity produced in Connecticut and more than 90% of Connecticut's carbon-free electricity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Dominion has recently asked for a 20-year extension on the plant, which includes the construction of several smaller reactors on site. Governor Ned Lamont told Channel 3 that he was in favor of the proposal.
If they simplify it, speed it up, and make it standard, it'll be less expensive and a good way to go.
Connecticut's Department of Transportation is up for a national award that could earn them $10,000. The agency's Fairfield Avenue Bridge Replacement Project in Norwalk last year landed our DOT in the top 12 for the 2025 America's Transportation Awards. You can vote for Connecticut every day until November 17th. Just go to ct.gov/DOT to vote. The DOT says if they win, the money will be split and given to Connecticut Food Share and the Andrew DiDomenico Memorial Scholarship. Stratford is the latest municipality in the state to get approval of red light cameras. There are only 5 other towns in Connecticut with approvals. Stratford's 5 camera locations were determined by crash data. 3 of the spots are near town schools. 6 other towns have pending applications with the DOT right now, including Milford, Fairfield, and Stamford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatasio has been a proponent of the cameras, not only for their ability to increase road safety, but also for their assistance in police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
This afternoon, the annual Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair is being held at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. The event is running from 4:30 to 7:30 and is free to attend. There will be close to 200 colleges, universities, businesses, military, and gap year programs on site. For more information, check out ctcollegefair.com. Connecticut veterans joined Governor Ned Lamont yesterday at the signing of the Connecticut Hero Act, which includes 2 bills that contain several measures to honor veterans. The act will establish November as Veterans Month, expand the higher education tuition waiver program, and require the Department of Veterans Affairs to reevaluate dental care. The governor spoke at the signing and said that the bill is just one small way that the state can say thank you.
I don't have to detail all the benefits that the Heroes Bill represents. Really, it's just another way of saying thank you. Thank you for what each and every one of you did on behalf of your country and the family that was there waiting for you to come home. It's just another small way that the state can try and step up.
And the Holiday Wish Express is returning to Stamford Town Center this season. The Christmas-themed attraction will be open on weekends and select dates through December, beginning on November 22nd. Guests can enjoy a virtual train trip to the North Pole, a visit to Santa's workshop, and a reading of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. For details and tickets, visit theholiday.wish.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city on 95 or the Merritt, it's going to take you over an hour, but looks like 95 is a little bit better, but traffic picks up heavily after Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Been talking today a lot about news that actually broke late last week about speed cameras now being okayed for the town of Stratford. Mayor Laura Hoydick saying a minimum of 5 cameras is going up. 4 of them are around schools. One is in a busy stretch there of another road in Stratford. This is, and again, they're on the way. Definitely, the appropriation process and the approval process is now lining up for Stamford after Stratford, Fairfield, and Milford as well. And you heard Mayor Tony there. We had some cuts of him on the news earlier here on WICC. I had a person text me, and you can talk or text, same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, asking me what the net revenues from the cameras are. I was not able to find that. I'm still going to look. But apparently, I did get this AI-generated summary here. Connecticut's speed camera revenue split typically involves several allocations. The revenue generated by the cameras is divided among various state and local entities. So they're saying here, and I got to double-check this, apparently part of the revenue here goes to the state's general fund. And part of the revenue also goes to the city or town, and then part of the revenue goes to the camera company. I mean, these are extremely high-tech devices that are very expensive to manufacture and calibrate and install. So again, from what I understand, I could be wrong here, but again, instead of buying this stuff outright and hiring somebody locally to calibrate it and to operate it, again, much the way they're using those license plate readers on buses that we heard about the other day, particularly in the city of Shelton. Part of what you do here is you share revenues with the company that installs them. I guess I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's, for example, the way vending machines work, right? Hey, could we put a vending machine in your hotel or your bar or whatever? Well, okay, we'll stock it. We'll pay for the machine. We'll repair the whole thing, and we split revenues with you. So there you go. So again, there's a what appears to be a three-way revenue split, and I'll dig into this a little more. But this appears to be a twain on twack twee. I thought I put it that a three-way, as we say, revenue split. City or town, state, and the company that again has to install all this stuff and make sure it works. All right, we continue. We've got traffic and weather together coming up. Don't speed, slow down, and the day on Wall Street. All that and more as we roll right along here Tuesday on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change your life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed out the third quarter with a looming government shutdown, maybe hitting tonight. On a positive note, with the Dow closing at record levels, the market looking through problems with whether or not the government will shut down and whether or not we'll get economic data at the end of the week in the employment report form. All that, they're really being shoved aside, and the market closing out a very solid third quarter with the Dow at an all-time high of 46,397, up nearly 82 points. The S&P picking up 27 and a quarter to 6688. NASDAQ up 68 points to 22,660. 10-year note yields edged higher to 4.16 despite weakening consumer confidence and some soft labor market data out early this morning. The dollar a little weaker. Oil continued to slide as OPEC Plus is going to increase production. Oil down another 93 cents to $62.52 a barrel. Gold hitting a record high of $38.80 the ounce, up nearly $25 on the day. Again, that government shutdown could hit tonight. Whether or not we get government reports on unemployment later in the week will hang in the balance among other major issues.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound on either 95 or the Merritt's going to take you over an hour. Right now, the 95 traffic is pretty bad from the state line all the way to Milford. And on the Merritt's a little bit better, but still gets pretty bad once you go north of Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. Nice night coming up. Could get a little chilly. I guess it's going to start to feel like fall tomorrow. So there you go. And, of course, you can check out the weather forecast all the time with us here on this program in the afternoon. And, of course, tomorrow morning, get all the latest from our buddy, our pal, Chief Meteorologist Paul Piorek here in the morning with Melissa in the morning. He'll get you all set up for, I guess, a cooler wave of weather that's coming in. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. How about this story? And somebody, I was talking to somebody here at Connoisseur earlier today. They said, hey, could you bring this up? Because people have to know about this. Eric Bedner's story in the Connecticut Insider. Now, it doesn't, it affects you as a Connecticut resident per se. But if you're downstream of the Connecticut River in Fairfield or New Haven County, you may not know this is going on, but you should as a resident and as a taxpayer. State lawmakers say their hands are tied on the dumping of, get this, untreated wastewater into the Connecticut River because much of the material comes from Massachusetts. Well, geez, thanks, Massachusetts. Love you too. They want help from the feds to force Massachusetts to minimize its raw sewage discharges. Now, I thought in the year 2025, honestly, I would have thought, and I'm being completely honest here, when this person showed me this, I'm like, wait a minute. In the year 2025, we're still dumping raw sewage into a river, and it's happening in Massachusetts? And the if you'll excuse the phrase, the it is flowing downstream? Really? We're dumping, it's still okay to dump raw sewage? Raw, untreated, not like it's been treated however they treat raw sewage. 3 Massachusetts facilities that are permitted to conduct so-called combined sewer overflows discharged a total of, I hate to do this around dinner time, but Jesus. Discharged a total of 511 million gallons of what is called here untreated material into the Connecticut River. That's according to the Massachusetts DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection. CSOs from Connecticut discharged 277 million gallons of raw sewage last year. I guess these are sewage overflows. We're still doing this? Folks who live in and lawmakers from northern Connecticut say they've seen a jump, an increase in solid waste floating in the Connecticut River. Really? The federal government provides oversight on the issue, according to State Rep. Carol Hall, Republican Enfield. She said, quote, "There's absolutely nothing we can do as a state. There's got to be some pressure on them from the federal delegations to get it done." And that would mean Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Himes, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Larson, Ms. DeLauro, and Ms. Hayes. Listen to how bad this is. After a discharge in Massachusetts a few weeks ago, sewage washed up on Enfield's boat launch. Democratic State Rep. Connecticut John Santinella, Democrat Enfield, said his office has contacted the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the U.S. Geological Survey, which tests the river's water, and others about the dumping. Due to a state mandate from decades ago, Enfield and many other municipalities in Connecticut upgraded their wastewater facilities, but similar requirements don't exist in Massachusetts, really. Republican State Rep. Tammy Zawistowski of Suffield, and State Rep. David Carney of Old Saybrook introduced bills to force Massachusetts to minimize dumping untreated material into the river. How do you do that? You send the Connecticut militia up there? I'm kidding. One idea would have required DEEP to enter into an agreement with Massachusetts to receive a notification when there is a discharge into the river. So that means what? We're going to set up an IT alarm. Oh, you know what that is, honey? Well, that's the alarm. The alarm for what, sweetheart? Well, you know, here comes the IT. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Another would have required DEEP to study. Oh, we're going to have a study. Yeah, that's all. Don't you love studies? We're going to do it. We're going to have a study. Oh, my God. Another would have required DEEP to study and report on the issue. Oh, that would have made a difference. Yeah. And make a recommendation to the Attorney General's office for potential litigation. No, just sue them now. Stop with the study. Say sue them now. Come on, William Tong, the Attorney General. This guy fires out lawsuits like he's popping Skittles. So how about that? Massachusetts, God love the Bay State. They're literally dumping it into the water. Hey, Connecticut, too bad. After hearing concerns from Zawistowski and Carney, the two Republican state reps, Congressman Joe Courtney, Democrat 2nd District, responded in a letter that he's been working on it for several months after hearing from Enfield residents. So there you go. So how about this? How about that? In the year 2025, when everybody's saying drive an electric car, everybody's saying put solar panels on your business, everybody's saying get rid of wastewater, don't wash clothes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever. We're allowing one state to just dump untreated sewage into the Connecticut River. How about that, boy? If that doesn't reek of green energy, I'm sorry. Joe Courtney said he's deeply concerned when a pollutant of any kind infiltrates waterways in the state. Well, thank you, Congressman Courtney. I'm glad you're Yeah, I'm sorry. His hands are tied here. But, I guess they dump the it into the water, and it just flows downstream. There you go. Hey, there's some good fishing up there. Why are the fish biting, honey? I have no idea. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Courtney saying that since 2014, Springfield has been told to get its act together. Courtney saying, quote, here's a great Politicoism, they clearly have more work to do in terms of infrastructure. Geez, Congressman, you think? Traffic and weather together, news, all that more. Look out, it's flowing downriver on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound on either 95 or the Merritt's going to take you over an hour. Right now, the 95 traffic is pretty bad from the state line all the way to Milford. And on the Merritt's a little bit better, but still gets pretty bad once you go north of Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here. Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance. What? Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers. Seriously? Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yes, Connecticut, where we just have to see the itch jumped from Springfield in Massachusetts down the river. Look, Ma, is that a fish? Well, no, son, that's not what that is. God almighty. Gary in West Haven before the news. Gary, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, Paul. Oh, what a disgusting story.
Oh, my God.
You know, the irony is here we are, Massachusetts and Connecticut, two of the bluest of blue states. You know, all the posturing we do about the Green New Deal and all that kind of stuff, but something simple, down to earth, and easily fixable, they do nothing. They just stand there twiddling their thumbs.
Where's William Tong? Where's Tong? He's too busy suing Trump. He's studying the issue. No, sue Massachusetts.
Right. And, you know, I'm a kayaker and a canoeist, and I took a trip down the Connecticut River last summer. Yeah. And we pulled over to have lunch. Yeah. And I remember washing myself over.
Okay.
With,
Gary, don't.
I broke out in a rash. It was horrible.
Oh, okay. You don't have to get graphic here, Gary. I got you. I know what you're going to say.
No. It was just water. It looked clean. But I broke out in a rash when I got home. I couldn't figure out what happened. Now I'm listening to your story, and I think I know what happened.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, rough stuff. Gary, take care of yourself, my friend. Thank you. But all right, so there's Gary. Gary was wondering why he got a rash. Maybe this is why. Yikes. Well, and Joe Courtney. Well, you know, Massachusetts they've got work to do with their infrastructure. Congressman, you think? All right. Look, I'm not looking to throw anybody out of the bus here, but Jesu, you know, as my uncle used to say. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Seriously, though, I'm glad this staff member pointed this out, but I'm telling you, though, avoid the upper stretches, at least, of the Connecticut River coming out of Massachusetts. They're allowing, the feds, I guess, are allowing, and Massachusetts is doing this, dumping hundreds of millions of gallons of untreated sewage into the Connecticut River and saying, hey, come after us. Hey, we can do this. And how much is Maura Healey, the governor up there, spending on illegals? Hey, Governor Healey, why don't you redirect some of that cash to your effluent plants, if you know what I mean? Jeez, we're still doing this. Dumping untreated sewage in a river in 2025. Yeah, but let's make sure we push everybody to EVs. Oh, we care about the environment. But hey, Massachusetts, a blue state. Yeah, just dump that stuff in the river there. Mind-numbing. Sorry about that. My headphones were a little loud. All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. News coming up, traffic and weather together. We'll take a break. I'll recover my hearing. And it'll be time for Megan Portfolio. Her usual report coming up right around 5:15.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called generals and admirals from their posts around the world to gather in Virginia, where he spoke to them about reshaping the Pentagon culture.
Pacifism is so naive and dangerous. It ignores human nature and it ignores human history.
And Hegseth said the era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends right now. Here's correspondent Charlie D'Agata.
The question, was it necessary to get your very highest ranking individuals from all over the world, pull them in from field offices in some of these places that are conflict zones in Europe with Ukraine, in the Middle East with Gaza and Israel, etc. Bring them all here all at the same time. And of course, there's going to be staff, there's going to be advisors, when you probably could have sent a memo out, or you could have had a secure video conference, which is how this is traditionally done.
President Trump also addressed the gathering and said U.S. cities could be used as a training ground for the military. In Portland, Oregon, where National Guard troops could arrive this week, City Council President Alana Pertle-Guiney.
The National Guard in Oregon, and these are Oregonians that we're talking about, are used to being deployed to support their communities when we have major fires. This type of law enforcement action is certainly not what Portland is asking for.
The president said today drug maker Pfizer has agreed to lower drug costs. Olivia Rinaldi has more.
He signed this executive order back in May directing these companies to voluntarily lower their prices or face some consequences. That deadline for those voluntary agreements was on Monday, and it seems that Pfizer reached a deal with this administration. The president said that these prices will be reflected immediately, and they're expecting more deals to happen with other pharmaceutical companies that should be announced in the coming weeks and days.
There's still no agreement to prevent a government shutdown at midnight. Senate Majority Leader John Thune.
We are not going to be held hostage for over $1 trillion in new spending on a continuing resolution.
But Democrats are standing firm in their demand for money to extend Obamacare subsidies set to expire at the end of the year. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
They'd rather shut the government down than protect the health care of the American people.
A stark warning today from Ukraine's President Zelensky. He said the Zaporizhia nuclear plant could be in critical condition. It's been off the grid now for 7 days. It's in Russian-held territory. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher, the Dow up 81 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A verdict was expected to be handed down today for a Stamford man accused of murder. Attorneys from both sides delivered closing arguments yesterday during the hearing for 32-year-old Ian Evans. Prosecutors say Evans opened fire into a group of people outside the Ursula Place housing complex in September of 2020, killing 35-year-old Sharnetta Dunmore. Lawyers for Evans argue the only evidence that points to him as the shooter is a statement from one eyewitness. Human remains that were discovered at a construction site in Greenwich earlier this month are believed to be at least a few hundred years old. That is according to a statement issued yesterday by a member of the Greenwich Police Department. The bones were unearthed while an excavator was preparing a building site on September 18th. The medical examiner is working with other experts in an effort to determine an accurate age. This afternoon, the annual Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair will be held at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. The event runs from 4:30 to 7:30 and is free to attend. There will be close to 200 colleges, universities, businesses, military, and gap year programs on site. For more information, check out ctcollegefair.com. Connecticut's Department of Transportation is up for a national award that could earn them $10,000. The agency's Fairfield Avenue Bridge Replacement Project in Norwalk last year landed our DOT in the top 12 for the 2025 America's Transportation Awards. You can vote for Connecticut every day until November 17th. Just go to ct.gov/DOT to vote. The DOT says if they win, the money will be split and given to Connecticut Food Share and the Andrew DiDomenico Memorial Scholarship. And Greenwich is ranked 7th on a list of the top 10 places to live on the East Coast, according to Travel and Leisure magazine. It said, according to realtors, their clients like it for its blend of suburban town with a small element of a beach town and city mixed in. The magazine describes Greenwich as a, quote, enclave for the wealthy. Just an hour by train from New York City, Travel and Leisure noted Connecticut offers income tax savings compared to New York State. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's been the same as it's been all afternoon, where it's going to be a little over an hour on 95 and a little bit better on the Merritt. The traffic really picks up once you go past Norwalk. Sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
No raw sewage discharged by this program. It's all just sewage. No, seriously. Got a text from our friend Gene here, and I wrapped up the last hour talking about a story that a staff member here pointed out to me, a connoisseur, that, look, every area has some raw sewage discharges, but I guess the folks up in Enfield and Windsor, the upper stretches of the Connecticut River, are upset because, I guess, Massachusetts, Springfield, that area, they're just dumping raw it into the untreated sewage into the water, and it's flowing down into Connecticut. We have enough of our own. We don't need that. I got a text. Hi, Paul. Hope you're having a great day. Hey, your little discussion about raw sewage discharges in Massachusetts. I've got some heartbreaking news. We're just as guilty here in Connecticut. Bridgeport has over 30 CSOs, which are combined that overflow in a rainstorm. They discharge millions of gallons along with Hartford and New Haven. It's a long-time problem. We need to correct it directly. It's directly related to when our beaches get closed. Yeah, by the high bacteria rates. Ooh. Yeah. That's why the only water I get into is anything with chlorine in it. Look, you folks, you do your kayaking and you're swimming in the, no, not for this kiddo. I do chlorine. I do lots of chlorine and shock. I love me some chemicals. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Jane, thanks for the text there. No. Hey, we're going to go swimming in the lake. Good. I'll sit there and watch. Go ahead. I don't need to suck in any brain-eating amoeba. Thank you so much. Pete Milford's with us. Pete, how are you? What's up?
Good. How you doing, Paul? Great show as usual.
Thank you, Pete. What's on your mind?
Well, this reminds me, if you remember, we had a problem, and it's still there in the past, up in on the Houstonic River up at Pittsfield, Mass.
Yeah.
The GE plant used to dump PCBs because they had a battery plant up there.
God.
And that stuff is still in the bed of the river.
It is, Pete, it's amazing how beautiful the earth still is when you consider the crap, quote unquote, that we've dumped into the earth for hundreds of thousands of years, and you can still look at it, and it's a testament to how the earth can survive the idiocy of man. It's amazing.
Right.
Yeah. Pete, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, PCBs, man. By the way, if you don't know what that is, PCBs are polychlorinated biphenyls. You are hard-pressed to find anything that's more cancer-causing than PCBs. That's why when one of the old power transformers used to explode sometimes, I think PCBs were part of what was inside some of those old transformers up on the poles there. Ooh. No, man. From the Yankee Institute, Megan Portfolio coming up. First, though, we talk to Ann in Milford. Ann, good afternoon. How are you?
I want to tell you that I went to the beach in Milford during the Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
And the water was so filthy.
Oh.
It was, I couldn't believe it. I'm one of those people who like to sort of like take a little run into the water and dive into the water.
Okay.
No. And you know what?
Yeah.
I grew up in West Haven. I never saw dirty, I don't think I saw dirty water, but I am 84.
Okay.
So 80 years ago, the water was clean. Milford's beach water was disgusting.
Oh, Ann, I don't go, you couldn't pay me, Ann. I just, no.
Okay.
No.
You know what? And I called up.
Yeah.
And I talked to some lady.
Okay.
In I don't know, the
City Hall
health department, and you know what she said to me?
What?
Call the pump station. She said to me, call the pump station. I couldn't believe it.
She said to you to call them the pump station. That's great.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Call the pump station. Okay, that's
Thanks,
it.
Ann. Take care. Hey, Madam Concerned Citizen. Oh, well, thanks for calling. You make the call yourself. That's great. That's customer service. We love that. All right, we'll do a little bit and come back. And Megan Portfolio has an update on contract negotiations going on now between Governor Ned Lamont's office and some state employees.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I work with K&J Tree Service, and I always recommend you have a free tree risk assessment done by my friends at K&J Tree Service. They have certified arborists who will come out to your home in about 10 minutes. They can identify some problem spots you want to have done. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a full tree removal, but right now is a great time to partner up with K&J Tree Service, as it's offering a limited time 10% discount on all of their services. Go to kjtreeservice.com and book your assessment today, or call them at 203-248-TREE.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
It's the season premiere of the Greater Bridgeport Symphony with sensational new conductor Eduardo Leandro, Saturday, October 4th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Come see and hear Shostakovich's Grand Fifth Symphony, along with the Lark Ascending and a new piece by Carolyn Shaw. Tickets $21 to $72. Subscriptions available. Buy all 5 season concerts and save up to 22%. Get tickets now at gbs.org or call 203-576-0263. The Greater Bridgeport Symphony.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's been the same as it's been all afternoon, where it's going to be a little over an hour on 95 and a little bit better on the Merritt. The traffic really picks up once you go past Norwalk. Sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to open phones to wrap this whole thing up. Whatever's on your mind, speed cameras, red light cameras, sewage getting dumped into the Connecticut River, the new poll numbers for Governor Ned Lamont. We'll get to that again later. And speaking of Governor Ned Lamont, apparently his office is now chatting it up with some union heads and union negotiators, because he has to, going into an election year next year, negotiate some union contracts, which is always interesting. And on the early part of that, following it for us, Megan Portfolio, she of the Yankee Institute, and the Hartford Portfolio in her latest piece, Lamont signals no to CBAG. Dun, dun, dun. The governor's saying no to a union. Megan, good afternoon. What is going on here? The governor telling a union no? Really?
Well, the governor's not a stupid man, and he realizes that we can't just keep, pumping all this money into the public sector.
Mm-hmm.
And let me give you some context.
Yeah, please.
I just wrote about this yesterday.
Yeah.
So Truth in Accounting puts out these reports every year. It's the state of the states, and it basically just takes your state's assets, subtracts the bills, and divides it by the taxpayers. So you're either left with a surplus or you're not. You're left with debt.
Yeah.
Well, Connecticut, it's 15 years they've done this report, and Connecticut is always ranked either 49th or 50th.
Oh.
I think there were 3 years we were 48th, but
Excellent.
you're 49th again.
Excellent. We made it up to 48th.
Yep.
Outstanding.
We made it up to 40, but we dropped back down to 49. And so what this means is every taxpayer, if we had to write a check today to cover our debt, and this includes pension debt, we would have to write a check for $44,500. And that's up from last year. It's up $200 from last year. So it's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. 44
grand.
Wait a minute. Wait, I want you to say that again. Every state resident would owe $44,000.
Every taxpayer.
Oh, okay. That's great.
Yeah. So now knowing this, now we have two things going on the state employee union side. Okay. They're looking for another 4 years of guaranteed raises.
All right.
On top of the 33% that they've received since Lamont's been in office. Mm-hmm. And then there's also the CBAC agreement, and the CBAC agreement is essentially their health care and their pension benefits.
Sure.
So so I received this email, like I subscribe to a lot of emails from the union that represents the faculty at our community colleges.
Okay, yeah.
And so part of their demands is they want to work less, get paid more.
Okay.
And then they want to essentially dismantle every fiscal guardrail that we have in the state.
Of course.
So they want to eliminate all the fiscal guardrails.
Of course.
And what they want to do is with our surplus dollars, which right now, when we have surplus money, it has to go into the rainy day fund. And when that's full, it goes to paying down our unfunded liabilities. That's like our bonds and then our pension and health care.
Which saves us money because we're not paying so much interest.
Yeah, I think we're down to maybe $40 billion that we owe. It's never going away. I think we saved like $3 billion.
Yeah, okay.
It's just never ending. So what they want to do is instead of the surplus going towards paying down the debt, they actually want to have another off-budget account. And I've talked about these on your show before.
Yeah.
Because we have a spending cap. The lawmakers found this loophole where they just create an off-budget account and put the money in there, and so it doesn't count towards the spending cap. So what they want is to take the surplus money and have a special little union account that can be used for like contract negotiations. Excellent. But surpluses aren't they're not indefinite. Sometimes we have them. There's been years where we haven't had them. So so now we are paying more to the unions, but let's say we have a bad year. Well, how are we going to cover it?
How do you cover that?
Promise.
Yeah.
They want to impose more taxes on the rich. I don't really know what they consider rich.
What's rich? Yeah, that's the magic question. What's rich? Well, you know what rich is. No, I don't. Please tell me.
It's someone else's money.
Yeah. Okay,
but that's not the only guardrails that they want to raise. So in 2017, we actually created a new tier for pensions. It's the Tier 4 plan. Okay. And what that did is people were in the past, and we actually still have, and I'm writing on this, it'll probably be out in the next couple of weeks. Right. There are people that are still out there collecting pensions that are still alive. They're getting these six-figure pensions, like $100,000 a year. So it's ridiculous. You can't sustain that. So they created this new plan. It's part defined benefit and a part defined contribution. Yeah. And there's a guardrail mixed into this. So what the state does is with the pension fund, they invest it and they assume a rate of return. Yeah. And it used to be a very, very high rate of return, like 8%, and we would never meet it. So the taxpayers were always left picking up the slack for the money we lost. So you actually lowered it to a respectable 6.9%.
Okay.
And so there's a guardrail in there. So if the state doesn't meet the target of what they're going to say they're going to earn, It happened one year. There's an automatic 2% that the state employees have to kick in to cover it. So it's not all on the taxpayer that has to do it. Well, the union doesn't like that. So it's another guardrail they want to go away. And in the email that I received from this union, they said that Lamont is already telling them, no, we can't sustain this. We can't sustain another 4 years of raises.
Wow.
And he's not sure, they already have a platinum plan for their health insurance, but apparently they want more of that. I don't know what's better than platinum.
What's next? Kryptonite plan? I mean, what's the next level here?
I mean, they roughly, I think they're only paying about roughly 2% of their health care. The rest of it's on us. And that's for life. And that's for their dependents also.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Megan Portfolio, by the way, the guest, Yankee Institute, the Hartford Portfolio blog here. You know what'll really solve this whole thing, Megan? The Connecticut Sun. Invest in that. That's what we need.
I don't know. Is Mabry staying on the team?
I don't know, but
investing our pension. I don't even know if they can legally do it. If you're managing the pension fund, you literally have one goal in life, and that's to make sure the fund is making money, so that we can pay the promises that we made. The retirees. We promise you these pensions. Agree with it or not, they were promised, and they're owed that pension. So it would not be very responsible to invest in a sports team.
And I also read, and this is something obviously you would know probably better than me. Eric Russell, the state treasurer, or whomever, Megan, is the state treasurer in this state. We have one of the most powerful state treasurer positions in the country. And if the state treasurer were to say, I guess by statute, if Eric Russell were to say no, I'm not doing this, it doesn't happen. At least that's the way it's been explained to me.
That's how I understand it, that he's got the supreme control over the pension. And he's been doing fine. I mean, I don't know how much of it is luck, how much of it is him, or just, the way the chips are falling in the market.
Yeah.
But the fund has been performing very well. Kudos to him. But what happens, I'm assuming he's not going to do that job for life, or someone else may win an election. What if they're not as savvy? These are elections, so it's not always the best person or the most qualified that gets elected.
So, look, Megan, here's the elephant in the room, and you and I both know this from covering this stuff for years. If the governor, digs his heels in, or whatever appendage he's going to dig in, if he does that, does it get to the point, maybe, off the record, where some union bosses come up to him during the talks or to his budget people and say, hey, we do have an election coming up. Governor, you wouldn't want us to sit home now, would you? And I wonder how he might say, what he might say. Go ahead. I don't care. I wonder how he would handle it.
You saw the polling that came out yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, he's performing very well. He's very popular in the state, for the majority of the residents.
Yeah.
He should stand his ground. I mean, he's very popular. If the unions show up or don't show up, he's still going to win. There's only 49,000 state employees.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the rest of us out here too. Yeah. And I hope he, remembers us, because there are more people that live in this state than state employees.
Yeah. Yeah. How's the Halloween?
Hopefully I didn't make everyone's head spin. I know it was a lot of information.
No. Listen. Yeah, I welcome you on, because you actually have to read all this and watch thousands of hours of CTN when you're not decorating for Halloween. What's the update on that? How is that going?
Oh, so far my porch is looking great. I've already scared the neighborhood kid. I call him the little mayor. He's a little shyster. He's 7 years old. And he's trying to always make deals with me.
Yeah.
He tried to make a deal with me. He goes, can you please not put the scary dolls on your front lawn this year? I'm like, okay, well, what do I get out of this deal? And he says, no, that's just the deal.
Nice. Nice.
I call him the little mayor.
Nice. He can be a union boss. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Don't get all mad. All right, folks, read her current column and all of them at the Hartford Portfolio. This one, Lamont signals no to CBAC. All right, Megan Portfolio, the guest. Megan, thanks. Have a happy weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Bye, Paul.
All right, there you go. So it's interesting. The governor telling CBAC, which is the State Employees Bargaining Agent Coalition, he's saying, hey, you're going to get a new contract. I can't give you everything you want. And by the way, it's an election year. So interesting stuff. Kudos to Megan for following all this for us, and open phones the rest of the way. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's the same as it's been all afternoon, where it's going to be a little over an hour on 95 and a little bit better on the Merritt. The traffic really picks up once you go past Norwalk. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth summoned admirals and generals from around the world to Virginia today and declared an end to woke culture. He also said they need to get fit. Charlie Daggett reports.
There's going to be a highest male standard for combat forces in terms of physical fitness, combat field tests, and physical fitness tests. He took aim at what he called fat service members and fat generals inside the Pentagon. Everybody has to get fit. He encouraged daily PT from the Joint Chiefs of Staff on down.
With the midnight deadline approaching, Kelly O'Grady reports on what's at stake for federal workers in a shutdown.
There are essential and non-essential workers. Some of those folks are going to have to continue working through the shutdown. Think of your TSA agents. Both of those sets of people will get back pay once the government reopens. But if you're someone that is a federal worker that's living paycheck to paycheck, the government doesn't pay you back when you make a late payment on your credit card.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Stratford is the latest municipality in the state to get approval of red light cameras. There are only 5 other towns in Connecticut with approvals. Stratford's 5 camera locations were determined by crash data. 3 of the spots are near town schools. 6 other towns have pending applications with the DOT right now, including Milford, Fairfield, and Stamford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatasio has been a proponent of the cameras, not only for their ability to increase road safety, but also for their assistance in police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
Hartford is emerging out of a violent weekend that saw 5 separate shootings take place, which left 2 dead and 4 injured. Authorities believe none of the shootings are related to the other, referring to the weekend incidents as an abnormality, and say the police department had adequate staffing. Mayor Arunan Arulampalam iterated the importance of violence prevention and is committed to attacking the root causes to make the city safe for everyone. Reverend Henry Brown of Mothers United Against Violence says Hartford residents are tired of the violence. Allegations of cheating have led to the resignations of 7 Waterbury fire cadets. Mayor Paul Pernarevsky says the group, part of a class of 13, were accused of cheating or being aware of cheating on an emergency medical technician exam. The remaining 6 cadets passed their exams and are now probationary firefighters. The Danbury School's central offices are being moved into a new facility at the high school campus on Apple Ridge Road. Staff members at the school were prepared for the start of the new academic year at the property back in August, and administrators started relocating after that. A spokesperson for the district says the move from the offices on Beaver Brook Road is being done one department at a time on the weekends to avoid putting too much stress on the IT staff. The new Danbury High School West and the administrative offices are in the recently renovated building that was once home to Cardis Corp. The Millstone nuclear power plant celebrated its 50th anniversary yesterday. Millstone is the only nuclear power plant in the state and supplies close to 2 million homes in Connecticut with electricity. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the CEO of Millstone parent company Dominion, Bob Blue, spoke about the significant impact the plant has on Connecticut's energy resources.
Millstone provides nearly half the electricity produced in Connecticut and more than 90% of Connecticut's carbon-free electricity, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Dominion has recently asked for a 20-year extension on the plant, which includes the construction of several smaller reactors on site. Governor Ned Lamont told Channel 3 that he was in favor of the proposal.
If they simplify it, speed it up, and make it standard, it'll be less expensive and a good way to go.
Connecticut veterans joined Governor Ned Lamont yesterday at the signing of the Connecticut Hero Act, which includes 2 bills that contain several measures to honor veterans. The act will establish November as Veterans Month, expand the higher education tuition waiver program, and require the Department of Veterans Affairs to reevaluate dental care. The governor spoke at the signing and said that the bill is just one small way that the state can say thank you.
I don't have to detail all the benefits that the Heroes Bill represents. Really, it's just another way of saying thank you. Thank you for what each and every one of you did on behalf of your country and the family that was there waiting for you to come home. It's just another small way that the state can try and step up.
The Holiday Wish Express is returning to Stamford Town Center this season. The Christmas-themed attraction will be open on weekends and select dates through December, beginning on November 22nd. Guests can enjoy a virtual train trip to the North Pole, a visit to Santa's workshop, and a reading of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. For details and tickets, visit theholidaywish.com. And life after Paige Beckers begins for UConn women's basketball, who held their first practice of the 2025-2026 season on Monday. The team has 5 newcomers with 3 freshmen and 2 first-year transfers. Several veteran players, such as guard Ashlyn Shade, center Jana El Alfi, and guard Morgan Chelly, are working their way back from respective injuries. At a news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, head coach Gino Auriemma said that his initial impressions of the team were positive.
You know, there's a lot of learning going on, a lot of new stuff for these guys, some of them. So all in all, I thought it was good.
The season tips off November 4th when they host the Louisville Cardinals. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's the same as it's been all afternoon, where it's going to be a little over an hour on 95 and a little bit better on the Merritt. The traffic really picks up once you go past Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up, I will have another reminder, and I feel it's important to play this stuff for you, to read these stories, as disturbing as they are. To tell you that I am convinced, and I continue to say that, and you're going to say I'm a conspiracy nut. I'm anything but a conspiracy nut. If you've heard me on this show and people call up and say, well, I think this is happening and I think that's happening, and I say to you, well, what's your proof? Show me concrete proof, and I will agree with you. However, I do think, and it may be a loose network here, I am convinced that there are people in our supposed criminal justice system who have a fascination with crooks. And in fact, just the way they find out that sometimes firefighters are pyromaniacs, or you have the theory of Munchausen by proxy syndrome, people that want to be heroes and they set up their own kind of conundrum here. I am convinced there are people in the criminal justice system who know the people they are dealing with are dangerous. They know that they are vile, indiscriminate killers, rapists, thugs, and murderers, and they will put them on the street because in some way they are controlling life and death. I'll illustrate that for you momentarily. First, though, we speak to Andy, who's with us. Andy, how are you?
I'm bemused. Less than 2 years ago, the governor of Massachusetts, the Honorable Maura Healey, shut down gas pipelines coming through to clean up the environment.
Yeah, and they're dumping.
Now they're dumping raw sewage into the water.
Yeah, you can't
make this up. These people are nuts, Paul. They're all insane. I don't know what their agenda is, but they're definitely not playing with a full Happy Meal.
And Andy, for the billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars these states spend, it is unconscionable, whether it's Connecticut or Massachusetts or a red state, that this still goes on in the year 2025. It's unconscionable.
I'm laughing. I can't even get mad anymore.
Yeah. Just sit there and have a beverage and laugh. Yeah, what are you going to do, right? Right?
Thanks for the good laugh.
All right, Andy, thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, and I guess it happens a lot. People are talking, really? So we don't have enough of our own it in Connecticut to deal with, so we have to deal with the it flowing downstream from Massachusetts. Great. Outstanding. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Have you seen this story? And I will read portions of it to you, and I will then play you the audio of a clip that has been going viral, and for very good reason. For very good reason. This is from today's New York Post. And again, you wonder why Trump and a lot of Republicans are focusing in on crime. Because they have a 20-point lead on it in the latest poll, and people hear stories like this, and they're incensed. A grieving father blasts politicians for allowing his daughter, Logan Federico's career criminal killer, to stay on the streets. The distraught father of a 22-year-old aspiring teacher killed by a career criminal while visiting her friends at the University of South Carolina scolded lawmakers yesterday, Monday, for the lax crime policies that allowed her killer to remain free. Stephen Federico delivered a raw, gut-wrenching address during a congressional hearing in Charlotte aimed at tackling growing concerns over violent crimes and repeat offenders, speaking just weeks after the high-profile murder of Ukrainian national Irina Zarutska. Tension was already high before the grief-stricken father addressed the committee after Democratic North Carolina Congresswoman Deborah Ross mistakenly pointed to a photo of his daughter, and she identified it as Zarutska. So you had this imbecile member of Congress who didn't even have the ability to connect the victim and her father. He didn't like that. Ross immediately apologized. But before we get into this, I'm going to play you the imagine the grief of this father. And good for him for saying what happened to members of Congress. But he wasn't happy when a member of Congress couldn't even identify his daughter correctly.
Her name's Logan Federico, not Irina. And you will not forget her. I promise you. You will be sick and tired of my face and my voice until this gets fixed. I will fight until my last breath for my daughter. You need to fight for the rest of our children, the rest of the innocents, and stop protecting the people that keep taking them from us. Please. You have the power. We put you in the power to do what you have to do. We're asking you, we're begging you all to stop this. 39 crimes in 10 years, 25 felonies. Can anybody here explain to me, well, how possibly he could be on the street? Possibly be on the street. How is it possible? I could sit down in a room and I could explain the whole process of how it failed, how South Carolina failed, Logan, okay? How lack of communication. What y'all did, you woke up a beast and you pissed off the wrong daddy. Because I'm going to put it out there, and I'm not going to be quiet until somebody helps. Logan deserves to be heard. Everyone on this panel deserves to be heard. And we will. Trust me.
All right. So there's his father. There's her father, rather. The victim there, Logan Federico. And obviously the father incredibly distraught about what happened. All right, so here's what happened. His daughter, Logan Federico, was fatally shot on May 3rd while visiting friends at the University of South Carolina in Columbia, South Carolina, after 30-year-old career criminal Alexander Dickey broke into the Cypress Street home. Dickey had a long, and he killed her, and I don't want to get into the details here. Dickey had a long record of break-ins and went on a credit card spending spree after he shot the girl before being taken into custody. The heartbroken father vowed to keep fighting. Records show the suspect here, Dickey, get this, has faced nearly 40 criminal charges, 40, since 2013, but was sentenced in only 8 cases involving robbery, drug possession, and larceny. In 2023, he pleaded guilty to third-degree burglary, receiving a 5-year sentence with over 410 days credited, and had his probation shortened for compliance. In the early morning of May 3rd, Dickey drove a stolen vehicle, there's a shock, into the neighborhood and parked on Cypress Street, apparently at random, according to police in Columbia. He then allegedly broke into one home, stealing car keys and a firearm before entering the house where Federico was staying, where he executed her. Dickey is charged with murder, 2 counts of first-degree burglary, 2 counts of possession with a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, possession of a weapon, on and on and on, yada, yada, yada. Explain to me how this is possible. Here is a guy who was a career criminal, a dirtbag, a lout, a thug, a career criminal, and he was on the street. He was on the street. And a girl just visiting friends at college, how many of us are doing that or used to do that, and she gets shot? But, they'll say, hey, but if you notice, crime is down. Yeah, if you look at we're doing a better job on crime. Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead. Well, go ahead and waive all your crime stats, because you know what? The people ain't buying.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
This is your CT Insider weather update.
The clouds will finally depart as we are looking at sunny weather through the weekend. Highs getting into the low 80s with the lows in the high 40s. And the best part, a low chance of rain.
Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's the same as it's been all afternoon, where it's going to be a little over an hour on 95 and a little bit better on the Merritt. The traffic really picks up once you go past Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cooler this evening and overnight. There will be a gusty breeze, the low in the upper 40s to near 50. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high only in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, couple of minutes left here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And, this dirtbag we were talking about here who killed this young college girl, dozens of arrests, whatever. What a shock. And how about this? You scroll down to the story here. He's charged with murder, 2 counts of this, 2 counts of that. Possession of a weapon by a convicted felon. Wait a minute. You mean convicted felons? Most of them don't care about gun laws. I would have been sure that this piece of filth was maybe flipping through the South Carolina general statutes to see, hey, whatever gun do I have? Can I have that or not? I'm sorry, folks. I have zero regard for criminals. None. Zero. This guy, dozens of arrests, numerous convictions. What do you want to do, Paul? You know what I want to do? Longer sentences, mandatory minimums, build more jails. Well, Paul, crime is down. Okay, well, if crime is down, then, then you can still have the facilities there in case it spikes up. How about that? got plenty of land, build more jails. But, and invariably, you're going to get people from the left say, well, the numbers are actually down. Nobody cares about the crime numbers. The only people who give a hoot about these crime numbers who are people trying to argue themselves out of a hole. And maybe if you people on the progressive side of things want to regain some of the high ground on criminality, maybe you should talk to some of your local prosecutors and DAs and say, hey, if somebody is a career criminal, they need to be put away for longer, maybe for life. I don't know. 30, 40 arrests. You see this in New York City all the time. These nutcases on the subways pushing people onto tracks, slashing people in the face. Oh, what a shock. They've had 38 arrests in the past 5 years. Go ahead. Oh, you're going to be good now? Oh, yeah, okay. We'll be fine. And you wonder why Trump wins on crime. You wonder why the GOP has a 20-point margin on crime. You honestly still can't figure that out. Dave in Meriden here. Dave, how are you, sir? What's up?
Good, Paul. Hey, this father, I wouldn't blame him if he did this, and I would do the same thing if it happened to my daughter.
Oh.
I would hunt this guy down and kill him myself and then suffer the consequences later.
No, I would too. I would do the exact same thing. Yep. I figure, hey, I'm going to be 65. I had a good life. Throw me in jail. I don't care. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, with that many arrests, this guy never should have been out.
Never should have been out, Dave. And it's mind-numbing. You would think that if the other side wants to get the high ground on crime again, they would tell their prosecutors, hey, stop letting these people out. Stop it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see you let people out for minor traffic offenses, things like that. But, something like this, you should never see the light of day.
No, Dave, thank you for the call. And listen, these prison and criminal psychologists or psychiatrists, they can tell. They can tell and say, hey, because they do, believe me, they do. I know people in the system. They do all these reports on these people. They do sentencing guideline reports and all that. But if somebody is, if you tell me, if somebody's rap sheet, now we're not talking about stealing candy bars here or maybe knocking over a convenience store. But if you have somebody with a rap sheet that's got dozens of arrests and numerous convictions, some for felonies, why are they allowed on the street again? And this should not be a left or right thing. This should not be a Democrat or Republican or a blue or red thing. Don't all people deserve public safety, whether you're a multi-million-dollar CEO or a guy that sells newspapers on the corner or pencils? Don't guys and gals of all economic strata deserve some public safety? I've never understood the left's fascination with going soft on criminality. Well, it's because of poverty. No, it's not. Being poor does not make you commit crime. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Because if it did, we'd have a whole millions more people in the world that would be convicted criminals. I'm sorry. Is it a factor? Sure. I'm sure in some ways it might be, especially if you need to eat or you got to feed yourself or feed your kids or your wife or your husband. I get it. But you got that moron mayor, Brandon Johnson, in Chicago. Last week I'm watching him. Well, some crime comes from the fact that there's no affordable housing. Well, okay. Yeah, we need housing. No, the first thing you need to do, Mayor, is get your streets in order. Then we could talk about the housing. Let's wrap it up. Traffic and weather together, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's the same as it's been all afternoon, where it's going to be a little over an hour on 95 and a little bit better on the Merritt. The traffic really picks up once you go past Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cooler with a low in the upper 40s to near 50. There will be a generous breeze out of the northeast. Sunny and cool on Wednesday with a high in the mid-60s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high in the low to mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's been said that if you spend 18 minutes a day working at something, that after a year, you'll be better than 95% of the people working at that exact same thing. And if you think about it, 18 minutes is nothing. We spend more time searching for something to watch on Netflix. Now, what if you spent just 18 minutes thinking about your retirement and then a few more minutes to meet with David Gagnon of First Financial Planners, and you come in for a custom income review?
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Call right now, 203-872-0009. Get more details at masteringyourwealthradio.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. RWA and First Financial Planners are independent of each other. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities. Licensed in Connecticut.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, just a reminder, you can always text us. Now, the text part of our phone and text line, which is 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Even though the shows come to an end and we re-rack them for the next day, you can always text something. I do check our text messaging app a couple of times before I go 99 when I wake up in the morning. So if you have a thought that you just can't wait to share with me on the air tomorrow, you want to text it as well, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. And again, you can always email me. Some people still email me. That's fine, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. Also, facebook.com/voice of CT. If you want to comment on any of our Facebook questions, including today's question asking your thoughts of Governor Ned Lamont's 54% approval rating, but just 43% say, hey, Ned, how about 4 more years? All right. Chris Williams, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Paul on the traffic and Paul on the forecast as well.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. At a gathering of generals and admirals in Virginia today, President Trump shared his vision for using the military for domestic purposes. He said cities could be a training ground.
San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within.
The fact that the